Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, welcoming you to our Thursday live stream, where today, it's kind of been a rough week if you've been following along. I put a patron poll up for my Discord today, and I said, hey, these are all games that I'm very familiar with. It's not going to be too stressful. It's not going to require a lot of stuff. Which one of them do you want me to talk about? So, Legend of the Five Rings, Torchbearer, Avatar Legends, Free Market, and Legend of the Five Rings won. Although it was a squeaker, the Avatar Legends folks definitely put up a good fight. But we may still have to do this. But of course, that's what Knights of Last Call is all about. It's about talking about RPGs, teaching you RPGs that you will never play, and you will never meet anyone who does play them. But you'll be happy in the knowledge that they exist. That's what we do here. That's how you use them. That's what they are for. So we're going to give it a few minutes as we let some people coming on in just before we go ahead to get started. But I'm going to try something a little unusual today, and that is I'm going to try to be useful to you. One of my literal goals is I don't want to just tell people stuff. I don't want to say these are the 3 things that you need to do, because I don't know your game. I don't know your group of players or friends. I don't know what your specific needs are out of the role-playing game genre. Instead, what my goal, my focus has been on this whole time is educating people to be able to make their own decisions, to be able to make their own games better, rather than just simply giving you some sort of arbitrary list. Now, to be clear, that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't provide you with, goals and principles and agendas. But I very, very rarely ever try to sit there and say, these are the exact things that you need to do. I know some people want those kind of exact answers. Anyways, so traditionally, since we've kind of embraced this live stream format, we really haven't done too much, in the form of raw teaching. And so it occurred to me that, we did a couple, actually, it was crazy, believe this or not. Our last Legend of the Five Rings stream was like live stream number 31. So there have been like 204 or something, or 203 or 206 live streams since we last did a Legend of the Five Rings live stream, which is both a testament to how long it's been, but also a testament to how many live streams we do. And, one of the things that, we got our first super chat, Pathfinder PhD coming in. Let's channel our inner samurai, then go Ronin. And you'll also notice that the Damian Williams, member for 28 huge months. Thank you so much, Damian Williams. We'll get to his member chat here in a second. Pathfinder PhD, ironically, with the super chat, putting it towards honor, but then saying we should go Ronin, which of course are without honor, but not necessarily, right? That's just the perception. It's tough being a Ronin. Damien, with his 28-month member chat, says, Crab are best, Unicorn are second. I like me some Scorpions too. Lions are boring. Crane, Dragon, and Phoenix exist. We'll get into that, Damien. Jordan says Crane forever. He says the wedding at Kyoto Castle is my all-time favorite one-shot to run, and it's wildly different each time, often PvP. The wedding is a great. I've actually played in it twice at conventions, and yes, it's very good. KC just finished up Shogun, which is a show I want to watch. After everyone gave it won all these amazing awards, and it looked really great. I love that the actors in it. So I just don't watch much TV, but it did look. Obviously the subject material really, I really like it. Jonka says, I'm getting deja vu right now. Deja vu, Jonka, from what? Sunhawk say the clan Unicorn represent. Fantastic. Kalamaka says Dragonfly forever. Call me Tombo Kali. That's a great name. So what is that? Yeah, Free Market did not win, but one day, someday. Woodland Fellowship is probably pumped for the RPG as well. Dan can't make it. He's on vacation. Sarak is going to be sorting some pawns. It's great. I love it. That's such a fun. I love sorting minis. I used to have this whole system, not for pawns, but for minis. I had them all these tackle boxes, and they were labeled. I had this whole system. It was great. So Gonzo, I tried to read the novel years ago, and I just couldn't get into his writing style. But the subject matter is very interesting. Ken. Hi, Derek. Hi, all. Hi, Ken. I played FGU's Bushido back in the day, and I'm looking forward to learning L5R. Well, excellent. Oh, okay. You feel like you've made this stream before. Okay, so Jonka. Okay. Jonka, okay. I thought that might have been what you were saying. So here's what I was going to say. Before I got so rudely interrupted by people giving me super chats and member chats, is I've never really... We've talked about Legend of the Five Rings. We've done streams about Legend of the Five Rings. But what I've never actually done is sit down with you all and act as if this was like a session -1 and we were getting together and maybe it's a really extended session 0, where I'm going to basically teach you how to play Legend of the Five Rings and kind of teach you the basic concepts of the game, or at least put you into enough of a knowledge state that when we go into make character creation, you are making informed choices. See, one of the things that, I used to play a lot of board games. I would like to play more again, but I used to play a lot of board games. And there's several different types of board game players. And some board game players are like, I want to be able to win the first time I play. That's one of those things where I'm like, come on, let's, and I want to go over every single edge case and every single rule case because I want to have all the knowledge I need in order to be able to win the very first time I'm playing this game. I don't really espouse that belief. But when it comes to RPGs, I see a lot of people dive into the character creation process of a new game, and they don't really know how the gears and the levers and the knobs work. Now, I'm not saying you need to know what every single technique and every single kata and every single shuji does in order to be able to make an effective Legend of the Five Rings character. But I do think you have to have a good, working knowledge of what's important in the game, what is our game going to revolve around, and how do the decisions you make impact your ability to play mechanically within this game space. And so, all in all, I think that's an important lesson. So what I thought I would do tonight is sort of just teach you how to play Legend of the Five Rings, as if we had a couple hours to kill and no one had read the book. And I was like, all right, well, let me teach you enough so that we can, theoretically go and make a character. Now, tonight we have two goals, super chats for honor, tips for glory, which is best. And as we will go through the character creation process, you will start to learn about the importance of these things in this game. Ben with saying that they have L5R Session 0 on Saturday. Well, there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Good luck. Jonka, do a solo session using the Mythic GM emulator. Jonka, I don't know that I don't know how successful that would be. I'm not a master GME like some people are, but I did my solo session for the Pendragon. It's up to you. Tell me whether or not you thought it was good or not. All right, Legend of the Five Rings. Okay. All right. I just need the character sheet. I don't know why I didn't have a Legend of the Five Rings character sheet, but I did not. Okay, here we go. Good. Oh, maybe it's because it's under L5R. Yes. All right. Good stuff. Okay, perfect. All right. Now, there is one caveat as we get a bunch of people in here. I am curious. This is just a poll that I'm going to put up in the chat. Okay, so the poll is, and this is up to you, as I teach you these rules, do you want me to ignore, or let me say, what do you want me to, and I'll say, tell you what my house rule is, or all right. So I'm only asking this because if it's one-sided, we'll definitely do it. But there are some places within the Legend of the Five Rings rule set where I have made changes in house rules because that is what I'm saying. You're only half joking. Okay, Jonka, that's good stuff. You like the Pendragon one. Well, then you know what? All right. I thought it was cringy as hell, but Ben says both. Okay, but raw first. That's the most KLLC answer that we could ever have hoped to have given. Well, and the reason is, so I will definitely. Lord Dragon says both. I will avoid. The reason why I want to avoid it is because it could quickly lead into a spiral, and I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent. And it's also just a good idea if you're teaching people the game. I don't want to necessarily berate people about how certain things work. Now I don't know what I don't know if we're gonna be able to get into the super duper deep details of like stuff like here's how every single conflict system works and here's how every single whatever works. But my hope is that we can definitely get some good understanding of how the game works and what's going on with it. All right. All right. Let that chat go for another seconds. Embrace the tangents. That's why we're here. No, I'm trying to teach Woodland Fellowship for once. I'm actually trying to get through something and teach something. House rules is a sidebar. Sidon wants to know how I handle initiative. I do have a minor change to it, although there are places, I will admit, in Legend of the Five Rings that I like what they're doing, but I think there's another idea that could be even more interesting and cooler, and I don't want to, necessarily mess it up. We should do a server-wide winter court event like they used to do in EAG back. I don't know what EAG is, but I think you mean AEG. But yes, I think that would be awesome. I would love to do a Discord server, L5R mega game, even if it's not like a long duration game. If it's almost like a mega community one shot, but it takes like maybe a couple days or weeks to run through. I think that'd be really fun. Travis, this is one reason I like Mouse Guard. Yeah, the themes and rules are up front. You only get the character creation rules later. Yes, I think that's really interesting. All right, Janka, take care. So if people are saying it's 50-50. So I mean, basically, it basically means that we've got to we've got to go through both, I guess. All right. So let me hop over to here. Okay, and I'm actually going to grab a screenshot of this, bring it over to here, and I'm actually going to share, not the PDF user, but there we go. Okay, good. Huzzah. Okay. Alrighty. Perfect. Okay. So, when are you going to run out of rules to go through? Never. What's up, Derek? What's up, Mites? All right. So, Legend of the Rings 5. So first things first, this is a game about samurai drama. It is a heightened and elevated portrayal of Asia and Asian cultures. It is not meant to be taken as a literal translation. It is supposed to embrace not necessarily the historical facts of actual medieval samurai era Japan, but actually in a way the sort of samurai drama movies that came about in the 50s, like Kurosawa, and 60s, like Kurosawa, and take those ideas and sort of make them into a game. And it's almost like the romantic version of samurai, sort of novelization and drama. And so the game itself is built around this idea of struggle and dealing with these sort of impossible challenges. And so there's a lot of stuff mechanically to the game. But, as I start to teach you the game, I do really want to highlight, before we get into like the mechanics of how stuff works, I really want to draw attention over to here, okay, to this right side of this screen. Because in some ways, this is going to be really what drives the entire game, all right? And these 5 items here, honor, glory, status, ninjo, and giri, are sort of at the core of what this entire game is. So we'll start off with what I think, in a certain sense, is the most important: ninjo and giri. This is the key yin yang between your character. Now, obviously, these are strange, Japanese sounding words, but they are at the core of your samurai's existence. Your giri is your duty to your sworn lord. You are a samurai, and while we think of it as like a knight or a noble caste, we have to realize that samurai means servant. And samurai, while they are noble, they are essentially the property. They are the sworn vassal of a lord, of a daimyo. So a daimyo will give you commands. They will expect you to deliver. And it is your sworn karmic duty to do your Lord's will, to be your Lord's, tool, your Lord's instrument of war, politics, whatever it is that your Lord asks you to do, you are expected to do unfailingly, unquestioningly. You are supposed to just, be their pawn. So the giri is something that in the campaign, when we're going to sit down and when we start playing, one of the things that we'll do is we'll develop, with some input from me and maybe some, input from the rest of the group, but we are going to develop your daimyo, right? They're going to be a very important NPC in this game. And, speaking to a group of people who are probably also game masters, one of the things that's really nice about this is it's kind of easy to tell the PCs what to do, because in the game you have this daimyo who literally can command them to go and do things. So it's a great way to sort of, move the plot along and say, you need to go here and you need to do this. And you're kind of sworn to do that. So from a certain standpoint, the entire objective of your character is to make sure that that thing that your Lord commanded you to do gets done. Let's say that a war is about to break out. Your Lord commands you, you must take that enemy village at all costs and secure the bridge so that our army can cross over into enemy lands. And so that's your duty. That's your sworn duty. That's what you need to do. All right. Now, this is where the samurai drama element enters into the game, because you also, as you build your character, you create a ninjo. And, you wouldn't be here playing this game with me if you weren't at least somewhat bought into this premise. So hopefully we've cleared this up ahead of time. But the whole idea here is that your ninjo is your soul's inmost desire. You see, samurai are supposed to be these stoic, emotionless, servile, warrior, Buddhist priest master, right? Just I am the complete and total loyal servant. And that's great in theory. But at the end of the day, you're just a man or just a woman, okay? Or just a person. You have all the human frailty and all the human flaws. You have all those human emotions that everybody has, except in this samurai game, it's like turn to 11, right? Because, you're a samurai. Everything that you feel is almost amplified in a certain sense. And so while giri is what you are supposed to do, okay, what you must do, ninjo is what you desperately crave to do. It is nothing more. It's like looking into the mirror of Irasid, okay? If your samurai looked into the mirror of Irasid, what would they see? And it's their ninjo. It's what they want more than anything, all right? So these two things are designed to be in conflict. And I'll also tell you, as we start to structure our campaign, there's literally a worksheet in the Legend of the Five Rings book. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick here. I'll show you an example. So this is called the Wheel of Discord. And when you guys make your characters, I'm going to go ahead and write your character's name in along with your character's ninjo. Again, that's your passion, what you want, and your giri. And this wheel here is designed to help me pit different PCs, giris, and ninjos against each other, right? The game is literally designed for me to create tension within the party, tension within yourself. And the whole idea is I'm going to take the thing that you love, all right, and I'm going to throw it up against. So, for example, you're told to take the bridge at no matter what costs, right? And then, your daimyo lord tells the great warrior, your job is to make sure that, that the local lord or whatever like that, submits or dies, and you have to kill him. And the group gets there, and you discover that the local lord is actually, secretly like the lover of one of the other characters, secret lover on the down low, right? And they've been having this, tryst. It's almost like a Romeo and Juliet thing. You might say, oh, that's totally unfair and also totally unplausible. Yes. both of those things are true. It is totally unfair. It is totally implausible. But the game is designed to put you into these crossroads, to put you into this kind of real bind, and to see what happens. Not every character. Not the PCs are sworn to this. They might be sworn to the same lord. You could play a campaign when you have, each PC has their own lord, so they all have their own sort of distinct objective mission. But for the most part, the characters are working together because they have to. They're not necessarily what we would think of in D&D terms as a party. So when we start going through the character creation process, they have this process. It's called the game of 20 questions. And it's going to ask you questions, and based off of the answers to them, it's going to give you skills and give you different rank scores. But one of the things that you need to be thinking about the whole time as you're going through it is eventually it's going to get to this point where it's going to ask you about your character's giri and your ninjo. Now, these things can change, will change throughout the game, because your character will change and your lord's needs will change. But that is, some of the core elements of what the game is really about. And it's about the tension and the drama, because your character has every societal reason. They exist to fulfill their giri, but they cannot help but want and feel their ninjo. And it is designed to be counter-purposed to each other, to pit someone's ninjo against someone else's giri or vice versa. Okay, now into that maelstrom, we have 3 social stats, okay? Honor, glory, and status. So these, which range from 0 to 100, track our characters' social standing with themselves, okay, with popular opinion, and with the very feudal structure that this entire society is built around. Honor, samurai are expected to be better than everybody else. And as a result of that, the samurai are taught or indoctrinated at a young age about the code of Bushido, the way of the warrior. And Bushido has 7 tenets that a samurai is expected to follow in all things. Now, some clans feel differently about some of the tenets of Bushido, but the fact is, your character believes in this system. They have a belief structure that has been created through the upbringing that they have had. And while some of the clans vary on how important they think some of the aspects of Bushido are, they all agree that they all are important. Honor is your judgment of yourself. Now, samurai, they can't cognitively disassociate. Like, well, I'm doing this thing. I'm doing this craven, cowardly thing that is very, very uncourteous and kind of a dick move, and I'm lying my ass off, but I'm doing it to fulfill my duty to my lord, so it's okay. No. A samurai knows that that's not okay. They are their judge of themselves. And this is a really interesting part, because I'm going to be honest with you, as one of the players at my table, I am never going to, sort of ding or reward your honor. Obviously, if you don't understand the implications of your situation, I may bring it up and suggest it. But the only person who can judge your honor is yourself. And now, of course, I'm expecting you to be fair and honest in your assessment of that and not try to weasel your way out, because that's not what samurai do. A samurai will know that they are having to do these dishonorable things in order to get their lord's will done, or in order to fulfill their ninjo. And they have to live with that. That's the pain and the process of samurai. And furthermore, let me tell you something. Oftentimes, the code of Bushido is going to feel like a lose-lose situation, okay? One of the tenets of Bushido is compassion, right? The samurai have this noble largesse. They are supposed to be, above the common people, but they do so that they can protect them and keep them safe from the horrible world, right? To have compassion for these lessers. So your lord gives you a command, which says, you need to go into this village that is rebelling against me because they won't pay their taxes, and you need to kill all these people. Okay, well, one of the tenets of Bushido is duty and loyalty to your lord. Well, another one is compassion to the lesser amongst you, which, well, how can I win? Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't. Maybe there is no way to win here. And that's just the damning sense of how honor works. It is hard to be honorable. It is difficult. In fact, it may be impossible. It's the struggle that matters. It's how you make your decision in the context of your character that's going to be very interesting for you, for me, for all the rest of our fellow players. So honor is very important to our characters. But here's the thing. You don't have to be honorable. You don't, it is a, again, it's a score that goes from 0 to 100. It'll go up as you do more honorable things and you feel like you are a more honorable character. It'll go down when you do dishonorable things. But at the end of the day, it's really just a barometer for us to sort of say, and there are some instances in the game where, your honor score or something could matter and it might come up in a mechanical sense. But by and large, the social stats of honor, glory, and status are really just about like how you are perceived. It's a reflection of your character. So honor is something that your character, in theory, should be really, really interested in. Glory is the public's perception. And in my campaign, while I sort of leave honor to you, glory is sort of, I control glory, because no matter what your character is doing or not doing, public perception may be very different. So your character may be a very honorable samurai because they believe that they have done everything that is right by them. But maybe, they didn't do what society expects of a samurai. And so society looks at your character kind of, they kind of turn down their noses at you. And they don't necessarily want you to, they don't really look on you very highly, even though your character believes, in their heart of hearts, they believe themselves to be honorable. They have not found that sort of glory, that sort of reputation, because they have done things that maybe aren't considered appropriate for a samurai to do. Now, honor is everything to a samurai, but glory isn't to be ignored either. Your character, again, is this noble elite warrior. They live for victory. They thrive on, achievement and glory and bringing name and recognition to their clan, to their family, right? To pass on that lineage of victory. Okay. So, it's a little bit like a sports team where, you look at a sports team and you think, wow, these people are all really nice. You look at your local football team, and you go, wow, these are some really nice people. They're stand-up citizens. They do all the right things. They're donating to, all the things, all sorts of charities, and they're really going out of their way. They're making appearances at the local schools, and boy, it's just a great group of guys playing in that NFL team. Okay, but they're 0-10. So, come on, what are we doing here? So, glory is like what you're expected to deliver. You're expected to do these big, bold, amazing things. And again, like honor, that's going to range from 0 to 100. And, your character's fame and success is going to reflect in their glory. And then lastly, there's status. And status is simply where you stand in this feudal ranking, the so-called celestial order. At the very bottom, at 0, are foreigners, people who do not belong to this society, people of the Burakumin class, which are basically the sort of super lesser caste of people, below even peasants, people that do dirty or unclean work. As you kind of ding up the order, you get into merchants and bandits, and then you get into like peasants and artisans and crafters, and then you get into the samurai. And then there's different rankings of samurai, and then you get into the samurai lords. And then above the samurai lords are the great clan lords and members of the imperial family. And all the way at the top, at 100, is the emperor. And where you stand in that line is an indication of, how much power and authority and, status you have in this celestial order, in this feudal society. And from a certain standpoint, every samurai wants to sort of, beget a legacy of success. And so it's kind of you're kind of a social ladder climber, because to be awarded a higher status is literally a way of like viewing it as the heavens themselves are rewarding me. Now, there's not as many ways to gain status. Honor and glory are going to be potentially traded back and forth on a session-to-session basis as your character takes actions that bring them renown or bring them shame, or bring them great honor or bring them dishonor. Status is something that's a little bit more sizable and big. Status usually comes from things like a title being granted to you, a marriage offer that elevates your status because you're married into a more important family, or like I said, you might win a great victory and be granted additional responsibilities, a title, given the ability to form your own family. Like, these are like top tier samurai dreams, where they basically say, like, you are so awesome, we are going to let your descendants have your name instead of my name. So that's like big deal. But to do that, you need to increase your status. And on some fundamental level, all samurai want to social climb. It's kind of expected of them. But will you, and how will that work out? And will your status fall, or will your status increase? So these social these social scores are really important. And again, Ninjo and Giri aren't scores, but they are, statements that can and will change. All right. So I wanted to start there because those are the most important aspects, I think, of the game, honestly. Everything else is cool. I like it, but that's where we really want to start. All right. Next, how does this game kind of actually work? Well, glad you asked. So I moved it over to my other laptop here. Hold on a sec. Whoop. Oh my goodness, come on. Why is that so difficult to grab? PDF. All right. Sorry. My writing tablet is on a different resolution than my monitor. So when I change it from one to another, it always messes that up. All right. So here is our character sheet. And we can see here that our character has 5 rings. And these function kind of like ability scores from a normal D20 game, but completely opposite. And that is to say, so for starters, they all start at 1. Oh goodness, that is very chunky. Okay. What is going on here? All right, that's a little better. All right, sorry about that. So they all start at 1, and rings determine your character's ability to approach different skills in this game with different amounts of ability and options. Everything that is a check in this game is going to be a skill check. There are a number of skills. They are ironic. This is just a little bit of L5R L5R lore, but the skills are broken up into 5 groups. There are trade skills, social skills, scholar skills, martial skills, and artisan skills. And they are actually arranged in order from the skills that are considered to be the most pure, the most desirable, down to the very least desirable skills for a samurai. So in other words, in samurai eyes, designing something, creating something, composing something is almost considered to be the honorable, the most honorable skill. And then martial arts skills come next. Knowledge and scholarly acts pursuits come next. Social skills come fourth, and then trade skills like commerce and labor, living off the land. Those are almost considered dishonorable skills in a way, all the way here at the bottom. And in this game, just like in kind of old school D&D games, some of your skills will have ranks. And when you have a rank in a skill, you're going to be able to roll skill dice. And when you have a ring, you're going to be able to roll ring dice. Now, as I said, you all start with ones in all of your rings. So that means you're always going to be rolling some combination of ring dice plus potentially some skill dice if you have a ring that matches. So what are these dice and how do they work? Let's see if I brought along our Legend of the Five Rings core rulebook. Avatar Legends? No, that's not it. All right. Please wait rendering. They have a cool picture of these things. All right, here we go. All right. PDF. All right, so a ring die is a six-sided die that has the following faces on it, okay? This sort of lotus chrysanthemum blossom symbol, okay, is called an opportunity. And if you're familiar with the Genesis system, this is sort of like a Genesis system light, all right? Opportunities are not success. They give you tangential bonuses. You can use them in order to gain additional benefits that are sort of not necessarily related to your core check. So opportunity symbols are good, but they're not success. The next symbol that we want to look at is this. This is the incomplete circle, sometimes called the Zen circle, right? It's perfect. It's a circle, but it's incomplete. It's very Zen. The Zen circle is also known as the success symbol. And these are what you need in order to accumulate successes from a dice roll. When a check is attempted, I will tell you what the TN or test number of that check is. Most checks in the game are going to be 2, let's say. Going above that gets really, really, really tough. Let me see if we have here in the rules. Here we go. Yeah. So a TN1 task is an easy task. TN2 is your typical average class task. 3, scaling a difficult cliff without a rope. 4, a very hard task, like recalling someone's exact words years later. 5, extremely hard tasks, such as stirring a demoralized army into action or hurling someone, using only one hand. 6, an extraordinary task, such as discerning someone's whereabouts from the mud on their sandals or felling a tree with a single blow. 7, a heroic task, such as out-wrestling a troll or naming all of one's ancestors in order. And then TN8 or higher, a legendary task, such as shattering stone with one's bare hands or outwitting a fortune, essentially a god. So as you can see, most of the TNs in this game are going to be like between 1 to 4. Anything above 4 is pretty crazy. So we're looking at, numbers that are going to be ranging from, let's just say, 1 to 5. Anything above 5, a 6, 7, 8, that's some big, huge, literally epic, legendary stuff. So in order to succeed at one of these tasks, numbers, and checks, we are going to accumulate a pool of dice, and we are going to roll them. And we are going to be looking for these success symbols, all right? And the success symbols are going to add up, and if we equal the TN, then we have succeeded. And if we do not equal the TN, we have not succeeded. The last 2 symbols that are on our ring dice, and actually it's the same dice symbols on both dice, but we have 2 more symbols. One is the 3-part circle. This is called the explosive success. What would be a dice game without a little bit of exploding dice? basically, an explosive success is a little bit more fun and drama to the game. An explosive success is a success. It counts as a success. But you get to take another die of the same type, roll it again, and if you want to, you can add that dice to your pool. So if you get an explosive success, you might get another die roll. And that die roll could have an explosive success, and then you get to roll that die, right? So it gives you this opportunity to have these, well, big explosive moments that kind of come out of nowhere. It's this game's equivalent of trying to kind of give you that critical hit experience. But they're a fairly rare symbol. They're only going to appear on, one side of the die. But, if you're rolling a lot of dice, these could come up. Now, I mentioned before on our character sheet the rings. The rings, earth, air, water, fire, void. Those are going to have a number that tells us the rank of that ring. Well, that rank is going to tell us how many of that die we are going to roll. So, for example, if I had a 2 in my air and a 3 in my fire, then when I go and do when I go to roll my ring dice, if I'm doing a fire action, I'm going to roll 3 of the black ring dice. And if I was doing an air action, I would roll 2. All right, so that's the ring dice. Skill dice are a D12. It's a white D12. And you can see that it has some of the same symbols, but it's a little better, right? There's, I didn't talk about the fourth symbol. Sorry. So the last symbol, very important symbol, is called, it's a single cherry blossom leaf, right? Now, I will admit, it takes some time to get used to. It's written on the character sheet, but these symbols can be a little bit confusing for people. When I've played with other campaigns with my players, they have gotten a little mixed up by them. So it's on the character sheet for you to look at, but I do understand that it can be a little confusing because everything is kind of weird and, very metaphoric and very trying to be very aesthetic. So the cherry blossom, single cherry blossom leaf, represents something called strife. And strife is not good. Strife represents an upwelling of emotion in your samurai. It doesn't have to necessarily be bad. Strife could be your character getting excited. Strife could be your character starting to feel love, great admiration, right? It's an upwelling of emotion. And for a samurai who is expected to be composed and in control the whole time, strife is a bad thing. So what this means is that when you roll the dice, some of the dice that you roll are going to have this strife symbol. And if you use that die, you're going to gain strife from your action. Now, a lot of this ties back into the role-playing, and part of the fun of the game is trying to figure out, okay, so you chose those dice. Your character gained 2 points of strife from that action. Why? What is happening? Why is your character getting more, sort of emotional in this scene? And as your strife level on your character builds up, it's actually a great cue for you as a player, as a role-playing tool. It has some mechanical consequences too. We'll get to those. But it's also kind of a great barometer. When your character is at 0 strife, they are completely in control. But as that strife starts to build up, right, your character is starting the veneer, okay, of passionlessness begins to fade. And your character starts to show some cracks, if you will, in their armor. And that might be a great... Now, again, there are some mechanical consequences, but it's also a great role-playing cue of how you want to approach the game. So the skill dice are really nice. They have a bunch of symbols on them. They have better symbols. Like you'll notice on the ring dice, you can only get an explosive success with a strife. But on the skill die, there's... one of the sides has a explosive success, and there's no downside to it, no penalty. You just get your explosive success. So skill dice are really nice. Skill dice are nice. However, and this is really, really important, the way this game works is a little bit different than some of the other games like Star Wars or Genesis. It takes its legacy from the prior 4 editions of Legend of the Five Rings, which used a system called roll and keep. Now, this was Fantasy Flight Games. They wanted to use their cool, weird dice, but they wanted to keep some sort of legacy to that old version of the game. So they have a system called roll and keep. And what happens in roll and keep is your character is going to assemble a dice pool. And that dice pool is going to consist of ring dice and skill dice. Wish I knew where my mouse was. There it is. Okay. So your character's check is going to consist of ring dice and skill dice. So, for example, if our character had a 2 in smithing, then when our character goes to, let's say, do a fire smithing check, okay, fire smithing, we would roll 3 ring dice and we would roll 2 skill dice, right? Because smithing has 2 ranks and fire has 3 ranks. So that's how we would know how many dice to roll. So we're going to be rolling 5 dice total. Here's the deal. You're going to roll those dice, but you don't get to keep all of them. You only get to keep as many dice as you have in that ring. In other words, how many black dice did you roll? If you, in this case, with our 3 fire, 2 smithing, we're going to roll 5 dice. 3 black dice, 3 black ring dice, 2 white skill dice. But we're only going to get to keep 3 of those dice. So basically it's like roll 5, keep 3. So while skill dice are nice, they do not let you keep more dice. Now, this is really important as you make your character. And I would, if anybody's about to play, if anybody is about to play Legend of the Five Rings or they're about to engage in a campaign, make sure that people are really, really understanding of something, which is typically, okay, unless you get an explosive success and you get lucky because that explosive success turns into another success, the most symbols of success that a die can have is 1, right? Not even every side of the die has a success, right? You can see here on the ring dice, 50% of the sides of the dice, right? The first, second, and third sides do not have a success symbol. Only half of them do. This means that if your character is rolling with 1 ring die and the TN is 2 or 3, they are very unlikely to succeed because they can only keep 1 die. So even if they kept the symbol that was success, they're only going to get 1 success. It also means that if they keep the explosive success, great, they roll it. Unless they get another success, they're still going to be stuck at 1 success. And this gets, as you go higher and higher up the line. So, let me be very clear to you as a GM. A TN3 or a TN4 is really tough because in order to be able to get 4 successes, you have to be able to accumulate 4 dice that have success symbols on them. And if your ring is 4, you get to keep 4 dice. Each one would have to have a success symbol on them. So it's pretty tough. So again, TN modifiers in this game are very big. They can be huge because it can make the difference between whether something's almost an impossible task for your character, like you'd have to just be lucky and just, runner, explosive success, or not. So one of the things about this game is understanding that I'm not saying that you can't use, your ring dice if it's something that you're not good at, because there might be some reasons and we can talk about those. It is important that your character, that you understand that when you go to make checks and when you go to make tests. So let me see here. Do we have, I think there's like an L5R. Let's see here. Okay. 1 second. Let me see here. Now, of course, if we were actually all hanging out together, I would just pull out my dice. And I would show you these things here, but okay. All right, so this is a Legend of the Five Rings dice roller. All right, so we've got our black dice, our ring dice here, right? So let's say we're rolling 3 of our black ring dice, and we're rolling 2 of our white dice, right? So this is what we rolled. All right, now remember, this symbol means opportunity, and this symbol means success. Now, because we rolled 3 black dice, we only get to keep 3 of these dice. We rolled 5, but we get to keep 3. And this is where some of the interesting things of the game come into play. And this is why you might attempt a action that you don't even necessarily have a really high chance of succeeding. Only one side of this D6 is a blank. So what that means, almost by definition, you can roll a blank, and it does suck. But almost by definition, if you didn't roll a success symbol, then it probably means you rolled an opportunity symbol. And you're a fan of this channel, and you know where I'm going with this. It means that there's kind of failing forward. It's kind of success with a cost, but it's also kind of failure with an opportunity. All right? Because if you didn't roll enough success symbols to succeed at your task, you failed. You didn't do what you set out to do. But it probably means is that you rolled a bunch of opportunity symbols. So if you rolled a bunch of opportunity symbols, then sure, your character didn't pass. They didn't do the thing that they were setting out to do. But you can use these opportunity symbols to give your character or your allies additional information, or give you a kind of a secondary bonus, or a little bit of support and healing or assistance. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with these opportunity symbols. In fact, inside of the mechanics of the game, there's these things called techniques. And techniques are kind of like your feats in this game. And a lot of times what techniques let you do is they give you additional things that you can spend your opportunity symbols on. So one of the things, as your character gains experience points, you can become, specialized and do additional things with your opportunity symbols that other characters can't do. So in this instance, we get to keep 3 dice. Now, we'd probably never keep this die when we have this dice, because this dice is an opportunity symbol and it has a strife symbol. So why would we want that, right? But if we keep both of these success symbols, well, then we're going to take a point of strife. But what if, and you know this, by the way, before you roll the dice, what if you knew that this test was a TN3, test number 3? That means you need to get 3 successes. Well, we know we didn't get 3. So unless there's some sort of penalty for falling short of the number of success levels that you needed, and that's not very standard, we actually probably would go, well, we can't pass. We needed 3 of the success symbols, and we only got 2. So you know what? I'm actually going to just keep these 3 opportunities. And while my character failed, I am going to use those opportunity symbols to give us some sort of other bonus or other opportunity or other tangential benefit, and hopefully, push us in a new direction, help us with our aims, give my character something, that they can use and believe in. So it's a way of kind of sandwiching randomness with a lot of decision making. And I think it's really, really fun because it also tells us a lot about what your character is like and what they're doing. So again, let's, so here's a big roll. Okay. So we've got 2 explosive successes, right? That's very exciting. All right. Because these could be anything. It could even be a boat. But notice both of these explosive successes have strife. So if our character, in this case, we rolled 3 black dice, so we get to keep 3 dice. So we could keep 3 successes, lock that in, and then we get to roll 2 more black dice. But if we do that, we're already taking, right? Let's say that's what we kept. You can see that we're already taking 3 points of strife. However this check resolves, we are going to be taking 3 points of strife. That means that this check is causing some sort of emotional reaction. It's causing some sort of disturbance in our character's mental state, in their composure. And part of the fun of the game is telling everybody why and showing how that is. So let's say we went ahead and did that. We get to keep, and we get to roll 2 more black dice. So we ended up getting an additional blank, which is lame, but we did get an additional success. So our character here ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. So, we just accomplished a TN4 action, which is, a big deal. We said, once you get to like 5 or 6, you're doing like legendary stuff. And so, balancing your rings and your skills are important because skills are nice. That's a good die, but the ring is really, really important. And it's not a huge thing. You know, you're not making like, it's not like it's the end of the world. I will freely admit that this is not as fast as just rolling a d20. Did I roll a 20? Did you get 25? No, then you miss, right? And go to the next. I get it. It is not as fast as that. Fair. It is not as fast as that. But the choice component, I think it makes this really fun. It puts a lot of emphasis on the player, and it lets you get a lot of cool input into the game. Because you never have to keep dice. So like I'm just going to kind of roll these dice randomly a bunch here, but like let's say, you know, like let's say that this is what we rolled. Okay? We had 4 ring dice and one skill die for this ring. Well, we get to keep up to 4 dice. So we could keep this die, this die, this die, and this die. Look at that. That's 2 successes and 2 opportunities. Hot damn, right? But then we would take 4 strife. We just, maybe the TN is 2. So not only is this success and you get 2 opportunities. So you might be able to succeed and give yourself a cool bonus. But there's also a but. And the but is if we chose these dice, we're going to take 4 strife. That could be huge for our character. That could push our character beyond the limit of their composure. It could make our character become compromised. So even though we want to succeed, in this situation, we might go and say, actually, I'm not going to keep any of these dice. I'm not going to, I'm not going to take all 4 of these dice. Because I can't afford it. My character emotionally can't afford it. I'm only going to take the 2 success dice. Sorry, no opportunities for us. I'm just going to keep 2. All right. And that way, you are making a choice because your character could have gotten everything they wanted and more, but it might have come out. You know, you might be at Imperial Court and your character smells blood in the water and they start launching into this diatribe and everybody can see that your character's getting worked up. And at a final moment, you start screaming. And then there's that moment, where like it kind of zooms into your character and you realize that you were just like shouting at some, important Imperial bureaucrat's face. And there's like this hush in the air. And that might be a situation where when your character becomes compromised, suddenly they realize that you are completely out of control here, and you need to rein that shit in. And you're in danger of having an emotional outburst that could have huge ramifications for your character in the society that you're in. So one skill check can carry a lot of weight in this game, and I think that's what's really exciting about it. Lastly, and then I'll stop for questions here. I want to talk about the rings themselves. Now, Kate, let me see here. I was like, Ben says, Derek, would you consider this a fail-forward system in that you may fail a task, but then get narrative agency to explain how this pushes the fiction into new areas? Ben, I would, except instead of it being fail-forward on the GM side, I think it's fail-forward on the PC side, because unless the PC literally rolls 5 blanks, and I'm not saying that can't happen, that could happen. Obviously, if you're making a check, there should be some sort of consequence for failure. Absolutely. And if they fail, that should mean something. But because if they didn't succeed, it means that they probably rolled a bunch of opportunities. Then by definition, the character is going to, be able to do something to give them an additional ability. So maybe it's not like the straightforward path, right, that you're talking about, and it's more of an angled opportunity, right? And the players are designed and encouraged to do this. And we can talk about this, but it depends on the ring that you're using, and it has to kind of make sense to that. So I do consider it a fail forward system, but instead of the GM having to come up with something, it's actually on the players to come up with something. KC says he's slightly behind, but do you tell the table the TN before they choose the approach? I.e., they have a 2 in fire and a 4 in water. They think a fire approach might make more sense, but it's a TN4. Would you tell them that so they are informed and maybe choose water instead? So, KC, yes, the default is that you tell the players the TN. So you can choose, as a GM, you can choose to obscure the TN, and then they do not know what the TN is. But if you do that, you have to give them a void point. And a void point is kind of like a hero point, in that it, sort of, your characters are sort of, it's like their inner zen. When they face challenges and adversity in the unknowable universe, and they leave their, fate in the hands of destiny, the fates reward them with void points. So the idea is that when you don't know how hard something is, but you're doing it anyways, aka the GM doesn't tell you the DC, you actually award the player a void point for that. So the answer there is yes. That being said, well, yeah. So that's sort of the given approach of that. Beowulf says, can we get some more examples of how to spend opportunities? Yeah, we'll get to that right after this. So the last thing I want to point out is about these rings. In older versions of Legend of the Five Rings, the rings basically were the same thing as D&D ability scores, right? Water was like strength, earth was like constitution, fire was like intelligence, air was sort of like, dexterity, precision, and then void was kind of like your wisdom, right? It was kind of like D&D stats. So if your character was strong, you had a high water ring. If your character was really tough, you had a high earth ring. That is not the case in Legend of the Five Rings, okay? In Legend of the Five Rings represent an approach to solving a problem, or how you approach a different skill, okay? Kalamaka says not exactly. I freely admit that I am not 100% well-versed in older versions of Legend of the Five Rings, but generally speaking, I mean, there was more of a connection. In this game, there is no strength score. There is no strength score. You cannot point to any one of these five approaches, these five rings, and say, oh, my character is strong, so I have to have a high rank in that. Nope, it doesn't exist. In fact, your character with, let's say, a 3 or a 4 in water, they could use that water to do artisan skills. They could use their water to do martial arts skills. They could use them to use scholarly skills, social skills, trade skills. Okay? You can use, so there's no dump stat, there's no charisma stat, right? All characters are capable of doing things. What differs between your character is how good are you at a certain approach. Now, for each of these skill groups, they give you an actual, like, dictionary definition. And I don't even think that you really need to focus on this much. Like, for example, when it comes to artisan skills, right? Water is adapting. When it comes to martial arts skills, water is shifting. When it comes to a scholarly skill, water is surveying. When it comes to a social, it is charming. And when it comes to a trade skill, it is exchanging. But the most important thing to realize is that what it means is that when your character is sort of taking an ambivalent approach, when they're sort of, waiting back to see what the opponent does, when they're sort of trying to go with the flow, right? When they're, exchanging in a trade, when they're charming someone in an approach, when they're, shifting left and right, keeping their options open in a battle, they are doing a water approach. And that means that if a character wants to roll with their water ring, then they have to do it, you have to do it. You have to describe your character's approach, and then the table / the GM have to agree that the approach that you just described is a water-based approach. So, for example, I mean, our character here has some pretty good stats, but let's say the fire is 1, okay? And it's the middle of a battle, and the enemy has broken through, and the daimyo comes in and says, we need to create a new battle plan stat. All right, and your character comes up and says, "All right, I've got an idea, and it's never been tried before." And you're like, everyone's like, "Okay, let's listen." And your character starts going in and starts trying to make this plan, and you go, "Okay, I'm going to roll with water." And the GM says, "No, you're not, because you are, you're inventing." Okay, you are, theorizing. Okay, you are not using a water-based approach here. You are using a fire-based approach. And in the fiction, there may not be an opportunity for you to use water. Now, some of this comes down to your players interacting with the fiction. For example, water is, in the case of our artisan skill, design and stuff. It's adapting, right? And in our scholarly skill, it's surveying. So maybe instead you say, our plan's a good one. What we need to do is we need to adapt. We need to shift. Instead of, this unit defending the pass and this unit defending this, we need to swap them and attack them, because while they're attacking us, they're at their weakness. And everyone's like, okay, we're adapting the plan. We're changing the plan to the crazy circumstances of the battle. That suddenly is a water-based approach. And now your character gets to roll with their 4 dice in water, whereas before you didn't, because you role-played badly. Okay? So if you want to be able to min-max and car op and use your good rings, you have to make it make sense in the fiction, and you have to win over the group and the table in order to sort of sell that what you're describing actually works. Now, so this is a huge departure, and I think it's part of what makes the game, quite frankly, so dang fun, is that how you you have to describe what you're doing in order to be able to make a check, and that's what's so important. Excuse me. So Casey says, okay, that's cool. Follow-up question. I think you mentioned previously that you might make certain approach a lower TN if it makes sense in the fiction. Would that be part of stating the TN? It would. So the way that the skill process works, Casey, is first a character declares their intention, right? They this is our PBTA language here, right? We're having a conversation. The character says that they want to accomplish something. The GM may ask for a check, and the character clearly defines what they want their character to accomplish. Okay, you have described for me what you're doing. I'm going to invent a new plan, a brand new plan that no one has ever seen before to win this battle. Great. Then that's the player. That's on the player. So your job as the player is to role play well to get what you want. Then, based on the description, the GM will decide the skill and the ring that the player will roll, along with the target number of successes needed. So it's kind of like you need to describe what you're doing. Like, I'm secretly hoping that I get water and tactics. Right? That's what I'm really good at. My character is really good at water ring, and I have a really high skill rank in tactics. I need to describe my action such that after I'm done describing my action, the GM, almost with in theory, in a perfect world, right, with no bias from me, goes, okay, this is going to be water tactics, and I go, I'm the player, and I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted. And now the GM says what the TN is. If they were going to obscure it, they would do it here. But at this point, I'm locked in. I'm doing this action, by the way. There's no backing out of it. I'm doing this water-based action. And so if the GM says, and the TN is 6, okay. that's the TN. And maybe the GM thinks that a water-based approach in this instance is whatever we're talking about, whatever approach I said, that fire ring, that earth ring, that water, maybe is a really, really bad approach, right? And so as a result of that, they make the TN higher or lower. And in the published Legend of the Five Rings adventures, they will usually give you a little parentheses after the check. So they'll say something like, this is a TN 3 check. And then in the parentheses, they'll say, fire +1, earth -1. Because they're basically saying it's a TN 3 check, but if you use a fire approach, it's TN 4. And if you use an earth approach, it's TN 2. Now, remember what I said about the rings? Remember how I said they're hugely important because they limit how many dice you can keep? So if you can only keep 2 dice, if you pick a bad approach, even if let's say you have 3 in your water ring or 3 in your fire ring and you want to use it, but the GM knows that that's a bad approach. And in fact, when they look at their notes, it says the TN goes up by 2. By optimizing your character, you may have actually lowered your chance of success. You would have been better off using a ring that you're not as good at, okay, as long as that approach was appropriate for the action that they're about to take. It seems counterintuitive, okay, but it is that case. Because I'll give you a craziest example. some of the TN modifiers are -2. That can take a TN of a check from 2 to 0. That means you don't need any success symbols to succeed, right? So your air ring might be 1, but if this person, right, air is kind of deceit and, subtlety and precision, kind of lying and kind of being a little bit shifty and being a little bit, fainting and being a little bit ambivalent. Maybe this character that you're talking to is a, complete dope. And they just believe anything that's told to them. They are just gullible. And so the GM has in their notes, if someone uses an air approach against them, it's TN -2. So if your character goes up and says, I'm going to lie to them, I'm going to say, yes, we're with the Imperial Army. Yes, we have permission to be here. What are you doing? And I go, okay, you're lying. You're deceiving them. Roll air approach. And, they go, well, my ring is only 1. So I'm only rolling. I only get to roll one die and get to keep 1 die. I go, cool. The TN is 0. So you basically auto succeeded, not because of the die roll, but because of how you role played. And, for GMs out there, one of the things that you should be doing in your descriptions, especially with NPCs, but even with circumstances, is give them kind of the lay of the land and make sure that when you're role playing that NPC and you're describing that NPC's demeanor and their personality, and if you are speaking in character, that you kind of get it across that they have this certain type of personality, they have this certain type of thing, because you want your players to be able to make informed decisions about the situation. So as an example, there might be like a situation where the characters have to cross this, courtyard quietly and, discreetly. And, if a character goes, I'm going to run as fast as I can, and I'm just going to put pedal to the metal. And you're like, okay, well, that's a fire approach. But the TN is really high. The players should kind of have an intuitive sense of, maybe we should be trying to use an air approach here because that feels like that would be beneficial to us in the context of the game. Of course, it's a mechanics, it's games. There might be a situation where a player says, I'm so good at this ring that even if the TN was higher, it would still be beneficial to me. There's a whole, kit and caboodle here of figuring it out. But anyways, then you assemble the dice and you roll. Then you keep, you can, sometimes there's abilities that let you modify dice. And then you keep the dice that you keep up to your ring, and then you resolve the symbols, and then everything happens at once. You succeed, you get opportunities, you accumulate strife, and that is how the skill check works. All right. Chat. Or is that part of the conversation? Start at TN3, and because the players had a good rationale for fire, you might make it TN2. KC, the key thing is you do not tell them to TN until they take the action. Okay? If that makes any sense. And, you may have a baseline TN in mind, but if the character's approach feels like it's one that would work, then I think it's absolutely appropriate for you to lower the TN if you feel like that would be appropriate, given the way that they described it. But it is not part of the back and forth with the conversation with the players in that sense, right? You're giving you can answer questions and stuff like that, but you do not state a number until they actually go into the skill check. Yes, you tell them the TN, but only after they have taken the action. And then based on the knowledge of the TN, they can choose what to keep and to discard from the roll. Exactly. And now you can see why if you choose to keep the TN secret, you kind of have to award them with a void point because they don't know how many successes they even need to keep. Right? So it's kind of brutal in that regard, right? Voy, that's okay, buddy. Enjoy the VOD. What's up, Love Fist? I do feel like a shitty GM could really abuse this. So could a shitty GM in any system? Right. Why are you playing with shitty GM? You could be playing D20 and the GM goes, that's DC 40. That's a dumb idea. That's DC 50. I mean, they could do that too, right? It's really no different than that. Feels like L5 of RFR should take lessons from Chubos and emote hard to make sure it's clear. Yes. KC, I actually completely agree with you. And in fact, the starter box set, okay, which to be clear, is kind of a variant of the game. It doesn't have all the full rules, but the starter box set has this great introduction to the game system where the players have to take tests in front of senior samurai. And the GM gives these descriptions, and the players are supposed to be like, thinking about, okay, what approach can I use that will impress this sensei? Because you're supposed to be like young teenage samurai on the verge of Genpuku. So, for example, it's the archery contest, right? And an old crab samurai comes out and he says, he's like, the target, that you and the target must become one. You must forget all other distractions. Nothing exists in this universe but you and the target. Then, and only then, shall you release your arrow. And the players are supposed to go, oh, okay, this guy responds well to void, and I should be rolling with void. And when we did it as a group, we played through the L5R starter box set. Some people took that interpretation a little bit differently, and that, so there's kind of a learning curve, kind of a skill there. But it was really, I think, really well done. So is it good? Yes, but it doesn't actually teach you the full game because there's a lot of moving parts in the game, and it's one of those beginner box sets that uses kind of a dumbed down version of the game. But I do think it teaches you the basic precepts pretty well. Ben, I like that this is more of a give and a take instead of just based on player positioning. Then the GM doesn't have to withhold the TN. It feels a bit more balanced than 7th Seas approaches. Yeah, exactly. It is a bit like a give and take because the player is going to say what they're going to say, and then the GM is going to decide, okay, that's fire, it's this skill, and the TN is going to be blah. And to be fair, the game rules do give you some examples of how you might set a TN, and for NPCs, actually, let's see if I go here. Here we go. Spoiler alert. So these are examples in the core book. I think some of the other books include more. These are what they call demeanors. And the idea is that when you make an important NPC, you should give them a demeanor. And the demeanor is basically their personality. How do they act? And each demeanor contains within it TN modifiers for social skills. Okay. So for example, if a character is ambitious, okay, this character pursues power whenever possible and is extremely resistant to giving it up. However, they jump to support appeals that line up with their own desires. So if someone tries to come at them with a fire-based approach, they're going to find that the TN goes up by 2 points because they don't want to hear you being excited. They don't want to hear about your idea, right? So that they're like, get out of here. But if you come at them with a water-based approach, right, really like, oh, that sounds so good. Oh, man, that would be amazing. Oh, wow, yeah, I could totally see you in that role. That would be amazing. You find that the TN goes down by 2. Imagine if convincing this NPC was a TN 3 check. And if you choose fire, it's going to go up to TN 5. And if you choose water, it's going to go down to TN 1. That is a unbelievably huge difference in this game. Because again, you only get to keep a couple dice. And not all of them are going to even have success symbols. So the difference between choosing water over fire is literally 4 points. In D&D terms, this would be like the difference between, I don't know, DC 20 and DC 10. It's that kind of scale of difference. And it all is because, ideally, as the game master, as you said, and we have to take a lesson from Chubos, you, as the game master, should be selling this character's ambitiousness, okay? And you should be pushing them. And the players, ideally too, by the way, your players will start to, they could obviously read this book, but one of the things that also could happen is they could start to learn. Maybe they don't necessarily know what it means to be ambitious. They don't put two, someone might think, oh, they're ambitious. They probably like to hear, they like an echo chamber. I'll use water. They might think that, or maybe they don't. Maybe they don't come up with that. But as they deal with ambitious people throughout the campaign, they start to learn. You get a lot farther with honey, right, than you do with vinegar. And so they might learn, as their samurai learn, that when you encounter ambitious people and you want to push through them, it's easier to do a water-based approach. So it's pretty cool, and assertive and detached and all this other stuff. If someone's if someone's detached, they're just completely zen and they're not in the game. The individual is extremely meditative, spiritual, enlightened, or simply uninterested in other people. Well, if you try to come at them with like facts and knowledge and reason, which is earth, or you try to come at them with like emotion and stirring them to action, right, with big words and big fiery speeches, that's not going to work. But if you come at them from a very, meditative, spiritual sense, then you find that it's a lot easier to interact with them. So this is just for NPCs. Obviously, physical challenges and stuff aren't detached or gruff. But all right. So again, I'm just trying to teach you the basics of the game. I just don't know where everything is now. Okay, here's our character sheet. So as we build a character, as you build your character through the 20 questions, you're going to be increasing your ring scores. All right. And as you increase your character's ring scores, I want you to think about the fact that it can be good. It can be cool to have a 3, because that gives you a little bit of power in the game. But at the same time, realize that just because something's a 1 doesn't necessarily mean it's completely useless. But rings are important. Same thing with the skills. As you go through the character creation process, you're going to have the opportunity from your, character choices in your 20 questions, and depending on what clan you are and what school you are in, to gain skills. I will say this: skills are nice, they are very useful, but there we go. Try to have a variety of skills if you can, right? Like. Maybe as just a general advice, try to have at least maybe one skill from each of the categories or each of the, skill groups, because that way, if you're in a trade situation, a social situation, a scholarly situation, a martial situation, or an artisan situation, you'll have something to do. Now, that may not be possible and that may not fit with your character's idea, and that's totally fine. I'm just saying that it can be kind of helpful and useful because it gives you a little bit more oomph because you get to roll these skill dice. Now, I said before that I would tell you a house rule. When you make a character in Legend of the Five Rings, they start with 0 XP. That is supposed to be like a newly graduated samurai, right? It's called Genpuku. When you're like 16, 17 years old, you are just starting off on your samurai journey. I don't really like that. That's just for me personally. And there is an option in the book to have like basically characters start later and they're more like a seasoned retainer, someone who's, older and has developed some skills. Mostly because I'm less interested in telling the stories of 16 and 17-year-olds as samurai. I want characters that have a little bit of miles on their soul. So when I play, I typically I've started with my characters with like 20 or 30 experience points, and the idea is that their characters are not 16. They are, they might be in their 30s or their 40s, right? They have served their lord with distinction, and they have a little bit more of experience that they can spend before the campaign even starts. So that's one thing that I do that's changed. It's different, and that gives you a little bit more flexibility on the skills and the rings. Secondly, this is something I do. When you make a character using the normal rules, the highest a ring can be is 3. You can't get any higher than 3. And the highest a skill can be is 3. And I should note, by the way, that rings and skills can go from 1 to 5. So the highest you could ever have in a skill or a ring is 5. And when you make your character at character creation with 0 XP as a young person, you could design it so that you have a 3 in a ring. I think you can actually have a 3 in 2 rings, and you might have a skill or 2 that are at 3. I have an optional rule. My house rule, one of my house rules is this. I'm not going to get into the reasoning for it. I guess we could if you guys want, but if a character has 3 or more ranks in a skill, I let them keep an extra die. So if your character had 3 void and 3 aesthetics, and you made a dice roll, you would roll 3 6-sided dice, and you would roll 3 white 12-sided dice. And in the normal rules of the game, you would get to keep 3. In my version of the game, you get to keep 4. And it's just because I want to make skill dice worth more, because they do cost experience points and they're only used for that one particular instance. And I feel like being skilled at something should make you a little bit more capable. And so that is one of my house rules. Additionally, I said I wouldn't get into the reason for it, but I like for characters to be able to like get opportunities and succeed and have all these cool choices to make. And when the players have to keep, when the players can keep more dice, it gives them a little bit more opportunities to do cool shit and do fun stuff and accumulate strife and, build up to stuff like that. So that is one house rule that I have, is that if somebody has 3 ranks in a skill, then I give them, let them keep an extra die. Okay. So any questions on like rings and skills and how those work? Casey says, if max is 5, then I assume there are abilities along the way that allow you to keep extra to achieve TN6, or do you have to hope for exploding success? You basically have to hope for exploding success, Casey. There are some things that give you like reroll abilities to fish for more exploding successes. There are a very small handful of abilities that allow you to keep dice and add them to a pool later, but they usually do not increase the amount of dice that you can keep. I'll say that. I will say, however, that when you spend a void point, okay, you get to add an extra D6 to the pool, and you get to keep an extra die from the pool. That's another house rule, by the way. In the normal game, you have to, kind of like D&D 5th edition, you have to spend the void point before you make the roll. I like letting characters spend the void point after they've seen what dice they've rolled. So you've seen what dice you've rolled, and you want to add an extra black die to the dice pool, and it also lets you keep one more dice. You don't have to necessarily keep the die that you rolled with the void point, but it lets you keep an extra die. So I do let players, see the results first and then make a decision. This is really important to me. I need extra dice, or I want to keep more success. Jordan says, exploding successes, even with a ring of 1, can in theory beat a TM6. Yes. And I have seen, not quite that, but there was, we were playing, and the party was a group of lion samurai, and they were leaving Otosan Uchi, which is the imperial capital. And they had just kind of made a mockery of this really important crane diplomat, and she was really embarrassed and dishonored. And so a group of crane samurai, a bunch of hot-headed crane samurai, wanted to defend the honor of their clan. So they approached, as they were leaving the city, there was like this, Old West standoff, and, peasants are fleeing the street because a squad of samurai, of crane samurai, are facing off against the PCs who are lion. And those guys are enemies since the beginning of time. And Smith's character got critically hit, like really nastily, and you have to make like a high TN check to avoid being like killed. And he put together he rolled 2 exploding successes, kept the 2 exploding successes, and then I think one of them turned into an exploding success. The other one was a success, and then the exploding success generated another success. So it was like he needed 6, and he was only going to be able to get 3, and he got 6. So it was like this huge, incredible moment of just awesomeness, and everyone was like, yeah, so it brings back some of that critical hit feeling, which is fun. I will admit. The exploding successes, I think, is a nice little touch, because I said I wouldn't get into a game design theory here, but we talk about input randomness and output randomness, right? Input randomness is random things happen, and then I get to make a decision, right? Magic the Gathering is kind of like that, right? You draw a random hand of cards, and now you can decide what you want to do. The randomness has occurred already, and now you get to make actions. Output randomness is the way most RPGs work. You decide what you're doing, then we find out if it's successful or not. Legend of the Five Rings is sort of like a whatchamacallit, like a randomness sandwich, because it starts off with your character describing what they're going to do, and then then you roll dice, which sounds just like D&D, except now after you've rolled the dice, you get to decide which of the dice you're going to keep. So in a certain way, it's kind of more like input randomness than output randomness. But if you keep some of those explosive successes, then we get a little bit of output randomness on the backside of it. So it's like a randomness sandwich. And I think it's a very satisfying experience. It does take time. I'm not going to lie. You got to build the dice pool. Then you got to roll the dice pool. Then you got to decide what you're going to keep. Then after you decide what you're going to keep, And there are certain abilities in the game that let you re-roll some of those dice. So you might say, those 2 dice suck. I'm going to re-roll them. Okay, let me reevaluate the pool. Okay, I'm going to keep this dice, this dice, this dice. Okay, that die is an exploding success. Let me get an additional die and let me roll. So, you know, you do not add the explosions before keeping. No, Isaiah. You keep. That's locked in. Then the explosions explode. Yes. So it is output randomness. You don't know what you're going to get after you lock in the explosions. So, but you do have to lock them in. That's really weird to you. Okay. Well, the reason is that the explosions, when they add that die, you get to keep that die too, right? So even if you only can keep 3 dice, if all 3 dice were exploding successes, you would keep all 3, and then they would explode, and you have to keep those exploding dice. If it was the way you're describing, you would end up with a much bigger dice pool, but you could still pick and choose which dice you were going to keep. So you might end up not keeping any of those exploding dice. You might end up keeping a bunch of white dice instead. So it'd be kind of weird because it wasn't really tied to that die roll. Okay. So, any questions on, you know, skills and rings and stuff like that? No? Okay. So next thing I want you to be aware of, because these do matter and it will have a mechanical effect on you, is the backside of your character sheet. All right. And this says it is for quote unquote conflict mode, but I actually think it's kind of basically used. I mean, it's used throughout the entire course of the game. Okay. Oh, just spending ops. Okay, yeah, we did not talk about that. So we talked. I mean, success and failure, I think, are pretty well known and sort of well established in the context of the game. So let's take a look at core rulebook. Nope, that's the core character sheet. Did I close the? No, I did not close the core rulebook. Here we go. Big PDF takes a while to load. Sorry. Hopefully it doesn't crash my computer. All right. All right. So using opportunity is this is where the game gets a little narrative, but it also gets a little gamey. Okay. And what I mean by that is there are some options and techniques in the game, okay, that let you spend those opportunities to get a specific mechanical effect, right? And a specific mechanical bonus. Especially when you're in one of the conflict modes with the capital C, all right? The conflict scenes, skirmish, intrigue, mass battle, these are like your combats in D&D. They have initiative. They're a little bit more tactical. And in those situations, the opportunities that you spend are used to accomplish certain mechanical goals or certain mechanical tasks outside of a conflict scene. When you are in what is called a narrative scene, there's 3 types of scenes, by the way. Conflict scenes, think D&D initiative. Now, it doesn't have to be a combat. It could be a social intrigue. It could be a duel, but there's an initiative, and we're kind of taking turns and we're going around. So there's conflict scenes. There's narrative scenes, which is pretty much most of your scenes, where you're moving around and you're talking and you're acting out your character's actions. And then the third type of scene is called a downtime scene, which might be more of like a montage or representing weeks or months passing, maybe even years passing in your campaign. So when you are in a narrative scene, which is most of them, one of the things that you can do is you can spend your opportunity as a descriptor. And it says to descriptively add verb to the verb that describes one's activity in a check. So if we are doing an air check, we might act precisely or stealthily or subtly. All right. So as an example of this, our character might be, taking an action. And again, this is all tied into the fiction. We're using an air approach. We get an opportunity and we go, hey, I'm going to accomplish this task, but I want to do it so subtly that nobody notices that I did it, right? Like they won't even notice that it's missing until we're gone. Or, or I'm going to be so precise with my, my insult that only the person who I'm talking to is going to know that they were just insulted. Everyone else is going to think, oh, that was kind of a nice statement. But I'm going to phrase my words so perfectly that the person who I'm insulting is the only person in the room who feels insulted. And, so it's more of like adding a descriptor. And again, it ties into the theme of the rings themselves. Earth, fire, water, void. So earth is logical, slow, methodical, approaching, thorough. Fire is bursting with energy, creativity, being very noticeable. Water is being, very flexible, very nice, very kind, very gregarious. And void is instinctively, sagely, inscrutable. Kind of our traditional mysticism type kind of descriptors. So we can use our opportunities to add this sort of fictional weight to the action that we just took. All right. Additionally, this is where some people, again, I've said before that this game is GNS. When you read how the critical hits work and all the armor, you might say, wow, this is a really simulationist heavy game. But it can be very narrative heavy because one of the things that you can also do with opportunities is to add narrative details. This is where the players are able to add, narrative control to the game. So the other fundamental way to use opportunity is to add narrative detail that surfaces as a character undertakes the task. A new piece of information that their character notices, which can create interesting avenues. The type of detail a character can add varies by ring along with the following themes. All right? So this is one of those things where, as a player rolls an opportunity, they can kind of work with the GM to sort of realize something or, oh, I just noticed this about this character, and potentially be adding some details to the game world that maybe didn't exist before. So, like an example of this is like, the water, your character might be trying to escape from, I don't know, a collapsing building, and they're trying to dodge the debris and they're trying to charge it, and the GM says make a water check, and you fail the check, but you get opportunity, and you say, well, okay, water is about being aware, it's about being flexible, it's about being adaptable, surveying. You're like, what if, like, while the building is collapsing and we've been trying to get out, what if I notice what if I notice an escape tunnel or like I notice a trap door in the floor that might be able to get us out? Is that okay? And there's kind of like, the player just doesn't get to just, carte blanche, have complete control over the game. Like the GM has no say in it, but you're encouraged as a GM to sort of go with the flow. And allow these opportunities to, kind of be a mutual thing where the players and the GM work together to kind of add details and add narrative elements to the game. Yes, Jordan, that is another thing I should also add. In a dice roll, you can also use opportunity symbols to cancel out strife. In fact, if you have no cool idea that you want to do with your opportunity symbol, I would just remind your players, I would remind you guys as my future players, if you really can't think of anything or you don't want to think of anything, just spend your opportunity to cancel strife. So if you made a check and you got a couple successes and you got a couple opportunity and you got a couple strife, let's say you had 2 opportunity and 2 strife, you could spend 2 opportunity to cancel out the 2 strife. So that way your character doesn't generate any strife. But you didn't generate an opportunity either. So this gets more again into the player decision, because if you roll some strife and you roll some opportunity, maybe you want the opportunity, but now you got to take the strife. So there's always sort of a choice that you get to make in that regard. So that's how opportunities work. All right. And like I was saying before here, I don't know where my mouse is, Jesus. All So I do want to talk a little bit, though, about the derived attributes, because this is the other area where your rings matter. Thank you, Anonymous. You may want to claim that there.
Anonymous tipped $5. I think for me the biggest hurdles to entry to this L5R is option overload with the opportunities and the fact you need a pretty deep knowledge of the lore to get the most out of a character.
I mean, the lore, I would say the lore is as much as you care. I mean, the lore is only going to be an issue. Oh, Jonka. Okay. Thank you, Junka. I would say that, thank you for the tip. I would say that the lore is only as deep and as important as it matters to you and your group. I mean, yes, it's cool lore, but I don't think you should feel like you need, if you and your group build up an internally consistent Rokugan, that's your Rokugan. And if everybody else who says you're not doing it right is fucking an idiot. So I wouldn't really worry about the lore. I mean, yes, there's cool lore and, but there's cool lore in a lot of rooms. Secondly, for opportunities, I agree with you. There's too many opportunities. And in fact, one of the big changes that I would make if I were to revise this game or do a Derek 0.0 of this game is I would very much kind of tighten up the opportunity spends for sure. I would definitely do that. There are cheat sheets out there. They're out there, but it is a long list. It can lead to analysis paralysis, especially with people who are, prone to that type of thing. But yeah, generally speaking, I agree with you. I do think that the opportunities, it's cool, because they're like, here are all these cool things that you can do. And you're like, wow, this is, I don't need to have some stupid feat. I can just do this thing. Yeah, that's awesome, but it can be a little bit overwhelming. Okay. So the last of our attributes is our derived attributes. So let's say that our character has a 2 earth, a 1 water, a 1 fire, a 3 air, and a 2 void. That might not even be accurate. It might be like, I think that might be what you would actually end up with. All right, so 2 water, 2 earth, 2 void, 1 fire, 3 air. All right, and already, this kind of tells us a little bit about our character's personality, right? They are, they're very perceptive and, sly, and they're very indirect, and they're very subtle. They are not direct. They do not attract a lot of attention to themselves. They're not particularly, creative and leading from the front, right? They're more of a quiet schemer. They're more of a patient person, right? Than an aggressive person. So already we kind of see that. So from our rings, which we're going to use obviously to do all our skill checks, we also derive our attributes. Now, again, this is an area where I make a change. Endurance is how much physical, whatchamacallit? It's how much physical, I don't even know what the word I can think of is. It's how much physical fatigue, that's the word, but it's how much physical fatigue you can take. Endurance matters a lot in combat, no doubt. But it also matters for, just getting worn down, falling, being, beaten up by the road, jumping from buildings and maybe, hurting yourself or whatever, taking some endurance, taking some fatigue. So endurance is like how much physical punishment your character can take. And this is created by taking your, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. It's taken by taking your earth ring value, which is 2 for us, and our fire ring value, which is 1 for us, adding them together, so we get 3, and then we multiply by 2. And so our character's endurance is 6. And the reason why that's important is as we fight, as we get pushed to our limits, our character is going to take fatigue. And fatigue builds up. Think of it as kind of like damage, but it's not really damage. Once our fatigue is greater than our endurance, our character is essentially incapacitated. They're actually not unconscious in this game, but they are basically incapable of taking any meaningful action. They're kind of just like so physically beat and exhausted. In samurai movie terms, when a character's fatigue exceeds their endurance, it's that moment in the fight where the character, drops to their knees. They're not unconscious. they're breathing heavy. There's like, a couple of bloody wounds on them. Their sword clatters from their hand. And they're basically kind of just like at the person's mercy. They're there for the coup de grace, right? Like they may survive, they may not, but like at this point, they cannot fight any longer. They have been beaten. And now their mercy is at the hand of others. Now, that doesn't mean they're unconscious. They might look up and, go, do it. Do it. Honor demands you do it. And then, get killed or something like that. But you're not unconscious. But you are essentially out of the action. You are incapacitated. You can only take, in game terms, you can only take actions if they don't require a check. If something requires a check, you can't take it when your character is incapacitated. All right? Beowulf, so you start with 10 ring points. You do not start with ring points and distribute them. As Sidon says, you actually ask, depending on what clan you choose and what family you choose and what school you choose and what character choices you make about what matters to your character, that determines your ability scores. It's not a point buy. It is not an assembling thing. It's literally a questionnaire. So the next derived attribute is composure. And composure is your character's ability to maintain a straight face as that strife, which we talked about earlier, okay, builds up. So composure is earth plus water. So 2 plus 2 is 4, doubled, and that's 8. This is how much strife our character can manage, can handle. A character with more composure is able to hold in more strife. Now, I should note that this is an area where I made a house rule. My composure is not earth. I use air. I use air plus water. And the reason is quite simply, endurance and composure are both really important. And there's earth in both of them, and I don't think that is appropriate because then earth is too good. And also, air, the element of air is literally a character's ability to be sort of deceitful. It's a character's ability to sort of be ambivalent and to hide and to So part of composure isn't just actually being okay; it's actually the ability to appear okay, right? And that's super important in this game. It's not just about how you feel, it's about how you appear. And I didn't think that composure was really represented by that in this particular thing. And I wanted to put air into a different, category. So endurance became earth plus fire, and composure became air plus water. So as your character builds up strife, their character will become more and more and more and more strifed out and, kind of unhinged. And then if your strife is ever greater than your character's composure, your character becomes compromised. Now, in mechanical terms, when a character is compromised, you can no longer keep any dice if those dice have a strife symbol on them. So when we do our dice rolls and you roll those little singular cherry blossom lotuses or petals, you're not even allowed to keep them, right? Your character is so emotionally compromised that they basically have become limited. The only way for your character to not be compromised anymore is to naturally lose strife over time as they find peace and comfort in their actions and their activities, or talking with some of their fellow samurai to sort of regain their calm. Or your character can unmask. And unmasking is like an emotional catharsis. It's a big moment for your samurai because it basically means your character drops the facade. They drop the veneer of stoicism, and they have a real emotional moment in the game. In samurai society, this can be a huge deal. This could make or break an intense negotiation. This could stain your character's honor. This could forfeit your character's glory. It might ruin an alliance because your character has this emotional outbreak in this pivotal moment. Even during a battle, no one might get mad at you for screaming out in a battle, but you might become distracted momentarily. You might become enraged and start attacking wildly, madly. and not having that, maybe sense of control and decorum. Samurai, even in a battle, they're supposed to be courteous and respectful to each other. It's a very much like I'm going to kill you. Well, good, well met. I hope you succeed, but just to let you know, I'm going to try to kill you. Yes, jolly good, sir. And then they fight to the death. There's still this like decorum, right? And so a character who unmasks, they might hurl just a totally inappropriate insult, even though they're about to kill somebody. Nobody would really be offended by them killing them. But to do it in a discourteous manner, to do it in a disrespectful manner, to do it in a dishonorable manner, that is a no-no. So when a character becomes compromised, you, the player, have to make a choice. Do you want to unmask or not? And if you do choose to unmask, that could have huge consequences in the game, which is a big deal. So that is our composure. Focus and vigilance. Focus is mainly used for initiative. And it's basically when our character is focused on something, how quick are they to react? How fast are they to respond? How good are they at doing some certain thing? So this is equal to our air plus fire. So our air and fire is 3 plus 1. So our focus is 4. Vigilance is really important because vigilance is our character's, not only is it's basically our character's passive perception, for lack of a better word. But this is why it goes way beyond passive perception, because it's also the TN. It's the difficulty number for a lot of social type things to work against your character. Okay? So like if someone's trying to lie to you, the GM is going to roll against your vigilance as the TN of that check. So a character who is more vigilant, right, is going to be more aware. And it's going to be harder to fool. It's going to be harder to pull things over them. It's going to be harder to get them to, to stir to emotions. Now, in the base game, this is air plus water divided by 2. And then you divide it by 2. So in the base game, it would be 3 plus 2 is 5. Divided by 2, round down, our vigilance would be 2. However, in my house rule, because I used air and water for composure, and because I think earth makes more sense to me for vigilance than air, I made vigilance earth plus water. This way, every one of the derived attributes is a pair of elements. So you have earth and fire, you have fire and air, you have air and water, you have earth and water. So this way, everything is represented except for the polar opposites, right? So fire and water is not a thing because those are opposites. Earth and air is not a thing because those are opposites. But all the pairs are represented. So the way I do it is earth plus water. And so earth plus water here for us is 4 divided by 2 is still 2. So our vigilance would be 2. And lastly, void points. Void points are how many basically of these special void hero points we can have. And the maximum amount that you can have is your void. So a character with a higher void rank can essentially build up more void points and be able to use them to accomplish great things. Now, you'll see here, there's these things here about the stances. That is all has to do with the conflict mode. And, when we would get to a conflict, I would start to teach you guys about this. But honestly, I think a lot of L5R games would really benefit if like you didn't go into conflict mode for like the first 2 sessions or 3. I mean, I know it's crazy, no fights. I mean, if you really want to, I guess, but that's not it. To me, it's not what the game is about. Like, again, Smith very famously said, we did like a shorter campaign, but we did a whole Legend of the Five Rings campaign, and we didn't have a conflict until like session 5. And it was an intrigue. It wasn't even a combat. And they only did one true honest to God combat in the entire campaign. So, conflicts I think should be used sparingly because the narrative scenes are really cool and they're really effective. And I think the conflict mode is cool, but it is very gamey and it can slow things down. It can feel a little bit, crunchy and grindy, which could be a good thing if that's what your people like. But I think that it's not necessarily where this game shines the best. I think where this game shines the best is when you are making, checks, skill checks with the rings, and, we're playing around with the character's honor and glory and status. All right. Well, it's 9 o'clock, but what I want to do is I want to quickly as we can, make a character. So, all right. So what we would do is let's see if I can figure out a way to make this make sense. Legend of the Five Rings. Just got to find the Legend of the Five Rings core rulebook. There it is. All right. Loading, please wait. All right. So this is the game of 20 questions, and this is how you make a character. And you go through these 20 questions, some of which are just role-playing related, some of which are very much tied into your character's stats. All right. So the first question is, what clan does your character belong to? Now, if you're making a campaign, a lot of this is going to depend on what kind of campaign you're having. Some campaigns may only be a single clan, and you may all be from this clan. Other ones might have people from all over the empire, which is not doesn't always make as much sense. And so, to give you kind of an example, if you're willing to be a little bit more open, especially if you have characters who are older and more experienced, you can have characters of different clans in one clan. Let me give you a great example of it. You might be familiar with Game of Thrones. Well, in Game of Thrones terms, okay, Robb Stark is from Clan Stark, right? And Rickon is from Clan Stark. And when they're at when the campaign starts, they're all Starks in Winterfell. But there's a character there that is not from Clan Stark. There's Theon Greyjoy. He's from Clan Greyjoy. He's there because he was sent as a political hostage after his father tried to rebel, and his sons and daughters were sent to be wards with other noble lords in order to sort of secure the peace. AKA, if you ever get uppity again, we have your son, your heir, essentially. So that could be a situation that occurs in your Legend of the Five Rings game. I'll give you another example. In our last Legend of the Five Rings game, we played a lion-based game. And to be clear, lion and crane have been mortal enemies for like 1,000 years. They never get along. But one of our characters was a crane. And what it was is they were as part of a political marriage that the emperor forced in order to try to maintain the peace between these clans. His character was married off into a lion family. So his character was ostensibly a crane, or ostensibly a lion, but he was born and raised and trained as a crane. So a lot of his character elements were taken from the crane.
Anonymous tipped $5. You could have called the stream 5th edition Legend of the Five Rings. You took the honorable path, doing a small part to make up for the algorithm.
Well, thank you. $5 is more than I will make from the algorithm, so I really appreciate, especially for this kind of show. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I don't know, Anonymous, if you want to claim your name. Remember, if you give a tip, you can put your name in there if you want to. So, excuse me. Burping there. Good stuff. All right. So generically, there are 7 clans. There are, and by the way, you can see here, when you begin, everything starts at rank 1. We have 0 ranks in any of our skills. We'll determine our endurance, composure, focus, and vigilance as we did just a moment ago. Okay. So we have 7 clans to choose from. We can be from the Crab clan, which maintains the Great Wall. Think the Night's Watch. Gruff, tough, unyielding, uncourteous, barbaric, but they live in the South, not the North. But they guard the wall. They are kind of House Stark, They don't fit in necessarily everywhere because they got a job to do. All right. Now, again, in our campaign, it depends on what kind of campaign we want to have. Crane Clan are the sort of political masterminds. They are the shrewd, they have some of they're the wealthiest. They have the most beautiful art. They have the most beautiful stuff. They are very much like House Tyrell from the Reach. A lot of money, a lot of land, a lot of beauty, but they're also very deadly, and they're political masterminds. We have the Dragon Clan, inscrutable samurai, monk, Zen warriors who live in the isolated mountains. No one's really quite sure what they do. They're very weird. They're strange. They're kind of inscrutable. They have like a monk aesthetic to them. So an unusual clan, and they kind of stay out of the politics of the rest of Rokugan, and they're kind of mountain fortresses, which makes people both like them and hate them. The Lion Clan. I'm a fan of the Lion. And actually, you know what? And I'll say this when we're done, because again, whatever. We'll go to 10 o'clock. The Lion Clan is the military might of the Empire. It is the largest army. They believe that a samurai's role is to be a warrior. And the Lion Clan is the strong right arm of the Emperor to crush invaders, to protect the Empire, right? And to truly espouse what it means to be samurai, which is to be a warrior. The Phoenix Clan are a clan of spiritualists who speak to the kami, the gods, the millions of spirits that inhabit the world. And the Phoenix believe that they have a unique role and responsibility as being like the intermediary between the humans and the Empire and the spirit world, and in sort of making sure that the spirit world and its needs are met as well. So they're kind of a mystical, spiritual, magic kind of clan. Then there's the Scorpion Clan. The Scorpion Clan is a clan that basically says, we're going to get the job done no matter what. We have one job to do, and that's to make sure that the Empire stays together and stays safe. And we don't care how we get it done. We'll get our hands dirty. We'll do the stuff that other samurai wouldn't do. We'll dishonor ourselves if it means that we save the day. Then there is the Unicorn Clan. And the Unicorn Clan left the Empire and came back because they were told by the original Empire, you need to go out into the world. Everybody else in the Empire is kind of xenophobic. They kind of hate everybody. The Unicorn left. They were gone for like hundreds and hundreds of years. And when they came back, they were different. They had strange ways of dressing. They had weird names. They had, married and interbred with other, species of people. They had weird weapons and practiced strange behaviors. And so when they returned, they were kind of viewed with a lot of suspicion. But no one could deny, though, that they had, an incredible army, tons of money, just very, very, very powerful. But a lot of people were like, yeah, but they're not like us. And we don't like things that are foreign. We don't like things that are different than us. This is part of the sort of mature storytelling of Legend of the Five Rings, which is that these people are very xenophobic, and they view everybody outside of the Empire as kind of being lesser. So we have to pick one of these three clans. And again, some of it depends on what kind of style. Now, again, you could have a multi-clan campaign where you have a different, bunch of people for some odd reason working. There's a classic campaign they call the Emerald Magistrate campaign, where everybody's kind of working for the Empire, like officially. And so, you could have a Lion Samurai and a Phoenix Samurai and a Crab Samurai, and they're all sort of reporting for duty to the Imperial Matrix. You could do that. But I like the idea of doing a single stream as well. If you wanted to do a military campaign, a wall campaign can work great, but at that point, it's worth questioning why you're playing L5R. And I think Isaiah makes a great point, which is one of the conversations you need to have with yourself and potentially with your group is what kind of campaign do we want to have? Now, I'm not saying that you can't have a very nuanced and very intrigue-heavy crab campaign. But if you want to play Legend of the Five Rings and you really want to kind of, really delve into the battle system, and you want to have your heroic samurai going out into the dark, cursed Shadowlands, fighting demons and hordes of goblins, kind of, we'll call it D&D-esque, then maybe you want a crab campaign. If none of that sounds interesting to you, and you're like, actually, I don't really care about the fighting, and I really care more about like the politics and exploring all this stuff, then maybe you are a Phoenix or a Crane, because those clans sort of naturally lend themselves to that. With my group, our campaign ended, but our group was kind of like, yeah, we'd really like to get into like some of the warfare aspect, maybe some of the mass combat systems that are in this game. And I was like, okay, so maybe Unicorn or Lion would be a good choice. And ultimately we chose to go with Lion because we were kind of interested in, not so much the skirmish battles, although those could easily happen, but like, sort of like the larger war politics. And it felt like the Lion were going to be a great choice to that. Similarly, if you want to deal with espionage and ninjutsu, some ninja stuff, some ninjutsu, some backstabbing and stuff, then go be a Scorpion, because that's the kind of campaign that you are sort of choosing to have. But Jordan said, obviously I should choose Crane. And with a $5 super chat, we are going to choose Crane. So thank you, Jordan. So we are going to pick for the first question is, from what clan do we hail? Now, again, I'm not getting into the lore about what the clans are and where they come from and all this other stuff. There's a ton of lore about this, no doubt. And again, this is more than you would typically have to do to sit down and play a D&D game. Okay? That is just the fact of it. I will say, as a new GM, if you have kind of talked to your group a little bit beforehand, you kind of get a feel for what they like, then you can come in and just say, don't worry about the other descriptions. We're being Crane. So just read Crane.
Anonymous tip $3. This game has a fantastic setting and good mechanics, but it ain't for everyone, me included. I feel your passion though the screen. Thanks for the breakdown.
Well, thank you, Anonymous. And again, feel free to claim your tip if that's the case. But yeah, it is not for everybody. And in fact, to Anonymous's point, my group really liked this system. But we also had a lot of trouble with it. It was, it wasn't kind of the ass-kicking heroic fantasy that sometimes you want to have on your Friday or Saturday night, right? It was kind of deep, intense storytelling, and your characters, the samurai is always 3 feet from death, as they say, 3 feet is the length of a katana blade. And so, that puts you in a different mindset, and it's definitely not for everybody, and it may not even be for you every single time. So that is something you really do have to think about. And I think you're losing a lot out on a lot of the charm of the setting if you just play it like another RPG. All right. So here's our Crane. So the Crane clan are sort of, near the top of the political heap. So they have, a lot of stuff here, and we can see that this is what our first question gives us. It starts us with air, +1 to air, +1 to culture, and 35 status. So if we go over to this, so again, everything starts at 1, but our air becomes 2. Our status becomes 35. And I wish I could go thinner on the Stokely, but I can't. And then we start with +1, 1 rank in culture. So we've got 1 rank in culture, and those are what our air rings are and stuff like that. Okay? So that's the first question. All right. So now we know we're part of the Crane clan. Great. Okay. So now what? Well, now we have to pick what family we are in. Okay. If a clan is sort of the grandfather or the grandmother, then the family is like the aunts and uncles. And a clan is made up of several families, which are usually united through a long legacy and a long history. But each family within a clan kind of has a different role and a different responsibility. In the case of the Crane clan, we have 4 families, right? We have Okay. We have the Asahina, which are a group of pacifistic, harmony-seeking spellcasters who only want to sort of build unity and build peace. We have the Doji family, which is sort of the leading family, the family that sort of leads the entire clan, descendants of the actually original Kami Doji. And they are, masters of politics and courtliness and courtesy and gifts, and just like they are like politicians to the max. The Kakita family are seekers of excellence, of perfectionism. They believe in doing one thing and doing it perfectly, whether that's art or dueling. And then lastly, there's the Daidoji family. And the Daidoji family sort of says, we've got some kind of, we got to have some wussy families in our clan. The Asahinas are pacifists, and the Doji, are they just want to talk and make friends with everybody. And the Kakita family just want to focus on making the most perfect sword, or they want to focus on making the most incredible piece of art. Somebody has got to, be the tough guy. And the Daidoji family is the super practical, sort of like, we'll be the kind of grunt work for the Crane clan family, or for the Crane clan families. So those are our options. We can either be, and now you'll see that depending on what family you choose, that can affect some of your rings and some of your skills. It also affects your character's starting glory. So, what do we want to do here? Just, in chat. Do we want to be more of a warrior? Do we want to be more of a politician? Do we want to be a spellcaster? But we'd have to really know our campaign, because the Asahina are pacifists. So if we know that our campaign is going to be a war campaign and we're going to be fighting, then, okay, we probably don't want to be Asahina. But if we're going to be predominantly a political campaign and about, then we could be an Asahina. I'm not saying you could be a Asahina even in a war campaign. It just might not be as fun for you. Well, Jordan says they're partial to the Kakita family. Okay. And again, rings tell us a lot about who our character is and what they care about. Sidon says, let's talk shit and take names. Kakita, excellence, can do military and political. Okay. So it sounds like we're going with Kakita. Okay. So with Kakita, we get +1 to aesthetics, +1 to meditation, glory 44, starting wealth 7 koku, and we get a +1 to air or a +1 to fire. So. All right, so we're going to go with, actually, you know what? This is probably easier. If I can find my mouse, there it is. All right, Kakita. And then let me unlock this. There we go. All right, so our family is going to be Kakita. There we go. Our clan is the Crane. All right. Now we have to pick if we want to increase our air or if we want to increase our fire. So our air was already 2. So I'm going to say let's increase our fire. So we're going to have a 2 air, 2 fire, and then void and water are still earth. So here was our first opportunity. We could have maxed out air at this point, and taken air to 3. During character creation, nothing could go higher than 3. So, but we could have maxed out air. But, I think in the way I'm envisioning my character is I see my character as maybe being, very passionate and wanting to create and wanting to, push and wanting to, be this kind of fiery force. Maybe they're a little bit of a hothead. Maybe they're a little bit narcissistic, right? I want that kind of maybe cocky edginess to their character. This is just me thinking about my character, and it's part of the clan of Kakita, or the family of Kakita. Additionally, we get +1 to aesthetics. So we have 1 rank in aesthetics, and then we also have 1 rank in meditation. which, believe it or not, is a martial skill. Oh, and that got moved because I moved the sheet. Okay. Is the 20 questions part, or is that after picking clan and family? We are in the 20 questions. We just did the second question, which is picking your family. And then additionally, our starting glory is 44. All right. Next. So we picked our families. There's a lot of families, obviously, from all the different clans. All right. So that's part 2. Part 3 is role and school. All right. What is your character's school, and what roles does that school fall into? So this is the closest the game gets to kind of generic D&D. This is like picking your class. And this is your character's school, right? Every samurai was trained in a specific school, not just like a generic school, like a specific school. And that affects the way that your what kind of mechanical feats, if you will, they're called techniques, your character can get, and also how your character can, quote unquote, level up. So, additionally, while they don't mean anything, because anybody could wield a sword if you have the ranks in melee weapon, they do sort of break the schools down into bushi schools, which are sort of warrior schools, courtier schools, which are more politicians, artisans, which are craftspeople and crafters, and then shugenja, which are spellcasters who can speak to the kami. So now this is where, storytelling comes into play, because if we look at the Crane, okay, the Crane have 4 schools. The Asahina family itself runs a school called the Asahina Artificer School. All right. The Daidoji have a school called the Daidoji Iron Warrior School, and they train warriors. Okay. The Doji, now, by the way, there are supplements, there are splat books. They do have more schools. The Doji run the Doji Diplomat School. And lastly, the Kakita family runs the Kakita Duelist School, the Dueling Academy. All right? The Kakita Dueling Academy. Presumably, a very easy assumption is that your character went to the school that your family runs. But you're all part of the same clan, and there's a lot of reasons why a clan may send, one family might send their, character, or might send one of their young samurai to be trained in another school. In fact, I would encourage you, if you kind of want to expand the scope of this game, to also think about the fact that political alliances, the need for money, the exchange of goods and services, it's entirely possible that your Crane character could have been trained in a completely different school, maybe even one outside of your clan. Maybe you're as part of a vast political arrangement, your character was sent to the Dragon Clan and to learn the ways of the Kitsuki investigators. And that's part of your character story, and that should shape the way that your character is done. You should not feel the need to strictly stay within your clan and strictly stay within your family. It's easier, and by far, most people are going to go do that. But your PCs aren't most people, right? Your PCs are these kind of specialists. All right, so we're a Kakita. We're a perfectionist, right? We're focused and we're sly, and we kind of got like maybe a little bit edge to us. So let's keep it within the Crane. Which school do we want to go with? We can go with the Kakita Duelist, right? So we could go with the Duelist, or we could go with the Diplomat from the Doji, or we could go with the Artificer, or we could even go with the Iron Warrior. So I'm going to put a poll up, and you guys can vote. And, the game of 20 questions is like made for a session 0, right? And this is where, I'm not saying you don't need to have like a balanced party, because you are going to be playing with each other. You are going to be playing with these PCs. So if you have somebody who's, super good at politics and super good at all the social skills, maybe your character is a little bit more of a martial character, but that's the beauty of this game. You're not pigeonholed. You could be, there's no reason why your warrior character couldn't have 3 ranks in courtesy or command or culture and be a extremely impactful politician. Because there's no charisma, and be a good warrior because there's no strength score or a charisma score. There's just the rings, and the rings could be used for everything. Your character might have a 4 fire, and they are fiery and they are fierce on the battlefield and in the courtroom, or in the what is that place called? The audience, the audience chamber, the throne room, basically. So it's. You're not pigeonholed the way you are in most traditional D20 games because you're not relying on this social stat, and there's nothing holding you back from being good at these things. All right, well, 71% of you said duelist. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about this a little bit. Yeah, duels are very interesting because in the lore of the world, the original kami decided who was going to rule the empire by dueling. And the 8 brothers and sisters who descended from heaven had a tournament, and the tournament was basically a Elite 8 bracket tournament, and they fought each other in duels, and the winner became the emperor, and that was the start of the empire. So that set a precedent, which basically says, if dueling was good enough for the gods to decide how things were going to work, it's good enough for us. And so dueling is sort of like the legal understanding of the legal way of dealing with issues. It's very similar to medieval fantasy concepts of trial by combat, right? So the idea is that if, somebody insults me and I'm upset about them, I can challenge them to a duel. They can accept. We might even have other people fight the duel on our behalf. And whoever's dead, or they don't always have to be to the death. A duel can be to first blood as well. But whoever loses the duel was wrong, and whoever wins the duel was right. And that's kind of so. Duels are like a legal instrument in this this world. All right, so here we have our Kakita Duelist School. All right, the Kakita Duelist School emphasizes 1 strike, 1 kill. Now, I don't know if I know exactly where it is, but if you'll indulge me for one moment, I want to read, if I can find it, if you can just give me the 1 minute, I want to see if I can find what I consider to be one of the coolest lines of fiction from a game that I've ever read. Is this Way of the Samurai? Is this Way of the Samurai? Okay, I actually literally just found it perfectly. So this is from Legend of the Five Rings 2nd edition, which is where I first learned about Legend of the Five Rings. And the reason why this is considered to be a bastardized, horrible version is because this occurred after actually TSR purchased AEG, and so they briefly, temporarily had this license. And so 2nd edition Legend of the Five Rings released these books that were both Legend of the Five Rings and D20. So they included rules for both. Okay, so this is Way of the Samurai. It's a book from 2000 or something, 2001, and they have different dojos. And they have here in chapter 2 dojos of the Crane Clan, and here we have the Kakita Dueling Academy. So I'm going to read you this. I'm going to read you this short story. If you will digress and allow me, because I think it's really sweet. All right, ready? Here we go. Oh wait. Here we go. Make it real nice. All right. In the secluded gardens of the Kakita Dueling Academy, Master Sensei Kakita Noritoshi stood surrounded by 6 of his most gifted and most promising students. Beside him, in the center of the garden, was a low stone pedestal with a water-filled basin. It was as old as the school itself and known as the pool of the perfect stroke. The secret of Kakita's technique, Noritoshi began, walking around the circle slowly, is not simply about the speed of one's blade, as many believe, nor is it merely the precision of your strike. Kakita's ultimate lesson is one of subtlety. Without subtlety, no amount of speed and no amount of precision can make you a master of the Kakita style. He stood quietly, waiting for the inevitable question. Master, I do not understand. It was Kakita Ukakote who broke the silence. Noritoshi smiled inwardly. Ukote was young and gifted, always eager for knowledge and an understanding of the style. He would be a great warrior one day. Master, how does one master subtlety with a katana? It seems so contradictory. Yes, Noritoshi replied, but true nonetheless. A great duelist can have speed, precision, and strength, but without subtlety he will never be a master. It is the ultimate expression of the beauty and the art of the Kakita style. Noritoshi surveyed his students again, looking for any sign of comprehension. As usual, even his most advanced students displayed little. He sighed lightly. Very well, I shall show you. Noritoshi reached into his obi and withdrew a single pristine leaf. He held it delicately above the basin, allowing all of his students seeing it before allowing it to drift lazily downward and settle lightly upon the surface of the water. Stepping back from the basin, the Iaijutsu master dropped easily into a dueling stance, his hand gripping at the hilt of his katana at his side. For several long moments, he regarded the basin without a single sign of movement. Suddenly, there was a blaze of motion. Noritoshi now stood in the classic pose of a duelist having completed a killing stroke, but with no apparent effect. Several students winced and cringed in pain as they believed that they had just seen their honorable sensei miss his target. A great dishonor. Noritoshi leaned forward and blew gently upon the surface of the water. The leaf stirred by the motion of the air around it and separated into two perfect halves. In awe, Ukote uttered, "Master, you did not even touch the surface of the water. Your stroke, it was perfect." Noritoshi said nothing, but instead held his blade out before him and performed the ancient flicking motion that cleaned a katana of an enemy's blood. A single droplet of water arced across the room to strike the stone floor at Ukote's feet. Perfect? I am afraid not. I am a student of Kakita, just as each of you are. And what would happen if one of us were to master the perfect cut? Another student blurted out. Arching a single eyebrow, Noritoshi said simply, then that student would take my place, and I would call them master. Anyways, so that's the Kakita. So I thought that I remember reading that, like, this is like 2000, D&D, whatever, and these are like, and I knew what Oriental Adventures was, and like this book came out, and I was like, oh, that's cool, and I read that, and I was like, that is the most badass, awesome thing I've ever read in my whole life, and it's just, a guy cutting a leaf on a pond of water or a pool of water. Anyways, people are vomiting about D20. All right, well, you know what? Listen, D20 is cool. Let's see here. Where were we? Sorry for the thing. So we are part of the Kakita Duelist School. One strike, one kill, seeking for its students to master the one perfect strike performed in the Iaijutsu duel. For the Kakita duelist, such as the pinnacle of all martial skills, while other martial skills are not neglected, neither are they the focus of the Kakita Dueling Academy in Suma. Although some might critique such single-minded dedication, the Kakita duelists are the best in the Empire. Sidon, thank you. Cheers, buddy.
Sin tip $10. Hell yeah, story time.
It's a good story. I have another one that let's see if I can find a book. If I can find a book, we'll read it at the end. All right. I think I found it. Maybe I didn't. Anyways, so our Kakita Dueling Academy, it gives us air and earth, and we get to pick from 5 skills: courtesy, design, fitness, martial arts melee. We're going to be taking that. I'm getting the sense that you guys want a duelist. +1 to meditation, +1 to sentiment, and +1 to smithing. So we get to make 5 of these, and we start with 50 honor, and then the techniques are like what kind of feats. They're called techniques, but what kind can you take? Kata, rituals, and suji. That kata are martial melee combat techniques. Rituals are sort of used out of scenes. They're more like long-lasting duration montage. And then suji are actually kata, but for social combat. Suji are sort of social conflict skills. And then we get to start with the Iaijutsu cut rising blade technique. And then we get to start with 1 suji, either shallow waters or the weight of duty. Our school also gives us a school ability. Once per round, you may increase or decrease the severity of a critical strike you inflict by an amount up to your school rank. And your school rank is basically your level. You start at rank 1, and you can advance all the way to rank 6. So a Kakita duelist, once per round, could increase at the very highest level, could increase or decrease the severity of a critical strike by 6. Now, why would I ever want to decrease the severity of a critical strike? Because a Kakita duelist is such a perfectionist. Like, they could land a killing stroke and turn it into just to cut their cheek, right? To kind of like show them, like, I could have cut your head off, but instead I just left, I just shaved you. It's like that kind of style of game, and you're like, this duel wasn't to the death. This duel was to the first, to the first wound. And you're kind of showing everybody, I could have totally just killed you there, but instead I just barely nicked you. And it's totally because of my skill. It's totally because of my mastery. But alternatively, you could also increase the severity of a critical hit by 6, and which means that when these people critically hit, they're killing people. They're cutting heads off and leaving mortal wounds. So they are deadly. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so pretty cool. So we get 1 to air and we get 1 to earth. Is it supposed to be known what school a character is from, or could a character be sent to a Scorpion school on the down low? You're not like necessarily like branded with it, William. I would totally say that like something that a character might totally do is like observe you and then start to maybe try to make some checks to figure out like what techniques you're showing, what school you're from, right? Like I could totally see that being a thing. But it's not like you're walking around with like, bumper stickers on your car that say, I went to school so and such and so and such. But I think your idea there is already pretty cool. Like maybe, your character was sent to some, secret school and, has this unique skill set. It's a mature game and I wouldn't sit down with, a group of people who've never played RPGs before and play this game with them. I think it benefits from having complex characters. When we played our last Legend of the Five Rings campaign with Bob, Bob's character didn't really care about his lord. He had his own personal. He was a Shugenja who could speak to the spirits of the dead, and as far as he was concerned, they were his masters. His temporal lord in this world was almost irrelevant to him. So in a weird way, Bob's character was like kind of a really shitty samurai. And that's kind of a unusual thing that kind of leads to a more dramatic storytelling moment, and Kaz played a crane who was sort of forcefully married into the lion. And one of the things that I asked him was like, does your character actually embrace the lion, or are they secretly like still aligned with the crane? Honor demands that you are a lion, but how does your character actually feel? And he said, no. He's like, my character's pissed off at the crane, and I don't want anything to do with them, and I feel spurned by them, and I'm all in with the lion. And I said, great, cool, but it could have gone the other way, where he said, no, my loyalty still lies to the crane, and maybe I think I can rejoin them someday if I secretly work both sides. He could have said that, and so you end up with this much more complex situation. Like having it be known that a character went to the Soshoro infiltration school would make them less useful. Yeah, absolutely. Well, especially because remember, even the wider empire thinks that the Soshoros are all just like actors, right? And they think that they're all like stage rights, playwrights, and performers. They don't necessarily think it's a ninja school, right? So, air and earth. All right. So our air goes up to 3, and our earth is now at 2. So again, we're starting to get a picture of our character here, right? They're very methodical, they're very precise, right? They're very focused, they're very energetic. What they are not is particularly friendly, flexible, adaptable, spiritual, or focused on things that are outside the material, right? So our character has this kind of, one-sided nature to them that necessarily, may not necessarily, kind of shows our character's weakness. But it's also just great role-playing fodder, right? It's just a great way to sort of tell everybody about your character. Okay. So we also need to pick 5 skills. So we got courtesy, design. Well, we already said we're definitely going to take, martial arts melee. I mean, that's a given. So that's 1. And we get 4 more. Let's see here. So again, we got design, smithing, meditation. I don't actually see our character as being particularly meditative. So I don't think I'm going to take meditation. Sentiment. Fitness. We'll take fitness. Our character believes in physical perfection. I guess we could take courtesy so that we have a social skill. And then, so we've got courtesy, martial arts, fitness. So that's 3. So we get 2 more. So we could take design, and we could take smithing. Yeah, why not? We work on blades, and we'll take sentiment. All right. So that's our character for our skills. So we've got some ranks in artisan. We've got a couple of different martial skills. We've got a couple social skills. We have 1 social skill, a couple scholar skills, and we have no trade skills. But that's to a certain extent kind of to be expected, right? Trade skills are considered low skills. In fact, in the game, using trade skills in certain circumstances could actually cost your character honor, glory, or both. So you need to be kind of, careful about it. Like, it's kind of uncouth for a samurai to be like, bartering in the marketplace. That's not what samurai do. That's not very becoming of you. Very samurai-like. Okay. All right. So that is our character's school. Now, again, I'm not going to get super into the detail about it, but what your school does is it encourages you to learn certain skills and certain techniques. You can learn any skill and any technique, but if it's outside of your school's curriculum, you're not as rewarded for it. So it's kind of like an incentive to learn what your school's curriculum is. And then when you do enough when you spend enough experience points, your character will become rank 2 in your school. And that means that you get access to a new level or new rank of techniques, more advanced techniques. But you'll see that the skills that are in and the abilities that are in rank 2 are different than the ones in rank 1. The rank 1 ones they're gone. So for example, when we first start off in the Kakita dueling school, they want us to be focusing on our martial skills, any of them, right? Martial arts unarmed, martial arts melee. But they also want us to potentially look, aesthetics, courtesy, and sentiment, right? But then once we get in, that's kind of like freshman year, right? But then once we go into rank 2, now martial arts is still there, just melee and range, not unarmed. But now you can see that, look, courtesy, aesthetic, sentiment, they don't want us working on that anymore. They want us working on our scholar skills, okay, or smithing, right? And then when we get to, third rank, our third year, it's just martial arts melee, right? So it went from martial arts all to martial arts melee and range to just martial arts melee. And now they want us focusing on our artisan skills. And, and again, so it keeps going. And by the way, you can see rank 4, martial arts melee, so like as we get deeper into the curriculum, they're kind of just like, you should only be worried about your sword. And then lastly, when you master your rank, you get basically a capstone ability, right? Just like in D&D, you get a capstone ability. So if we get to rank 6 in our school, we gain the strike with no thought ability. And once per scene, we can make a martial arts melee void check. So it uses our void ring, targeting one character at range 2 to 3 using a sheathed katana or sheathed wakasaki. The TN of this check is equal to your target's vigilance. Remember, I said your character's vigilance is used as sort of the default DC to do things to you. You immediately move one range, draw your weapon. If you succeed, they have a critical strike with severity equal to the deadliness of your weapon plus your bonus successes. That is enough to pretty much, and then, combined with, I should say, by the way, combined with your way of the crane, that basically means you can just like at will explode into action and kill someone instantly, pretty much. It's pretty insane, needless to say. So a high level Kakita duelist is literally just like standing there and then, you're not even in a conflict, by the way. It's in any scene. So like you could be in a narrative scene and just without thought, just the sword is out, critical hit is delivered, right? That's the deadliness of it's borderline supernatural. I have not played this game at that, level, I should say. Again, the expansion books have a lot more schools. But the core book has quite a few. It usually has about four to five per clan. There's 7 clans, so there's like 30 different schools in the core book. There's our unicorn ones. All right, now again, it's character building, or mechanics, but it's also role-playing. Question 4, how does our character stand out within their school? Now, of course, if you're in a rush or if you're in a hurry, your character can just be like, I'm known for my creativity and passion and drive, and then just add 1 to your fire ring. That's it. That's as easy as it goes. But, I would encourage players, especially who really want to chew the fat, to write this down and maybe describe, how your character performed at their school and why they were this way, and make sure that you note it down and make it part of your character, because you're sort of building up this this tableau of who your character is and how their experiences shaped them. Now, we already said our character was really driven and vibe. Now, I should also add, you cannot go over a 3. So even if we wanted our character to be known for their eloquence and grace, that would give us an air ring of 4. And we're not allowed to start with a 4. So that means that choosing this one doesn't really make any sense. We could choose it and we wouldn't get anything for it, but I don't really recommend that. So part of the idea here is an opportunity to sort of, develop your character. And as we kind of look back at our character sheet, so we can basically increase any of our rings by 1. And here we have another important choice. Do we want to take earth and fire up to 3? Or do we want to take water or void up to a 2? Now, remember that in my game, a character's fatigue, their endurance, is earth plus fire. And a character's composure is air plus water. Right now, times 2. So right now, those are now in the core game. They're both use earth. So you usually want to have earth at 3. I'll just tell you that, just because it's good to have composure and it's good to have endurance. So Yes, sided. Yes. If you pick something that would increase it by more than 3, you just get to choose another ring. Yes. So you could just be like, yes, I'm eloquent, and it increased my fire ring. I just don't like to do that sided because that kind of defeats the purpose, right? In my mind. Like, if I'm increasing my fire ring, it should be because my character is passionate and driven. Choosing eloquence and then putting the bonus into any ring I want, it doesn't, for me, that defeats the purpose, to be honest with you. So this could be a mechanical decision. It could be a role-playing decision. It could be a little bit of both. So, I like the idea of our character having a higher earth ring, but I don't really see them as being patient and calm. I think I kind of see them as being passionate and driven and kind of a narcissist and kind of in people's faces. So, mechanically, maybe it's not the quote-unquote best choice, but maybe it is. I'm sure it's also fine. But I am going to put that +1 into fire because I just see that as, being more of what our, character's about. And by the way, just as a subtle thing, remember, focus is air plus fire. So, our character has a 3 in air and a 3 in fire, highest you can start with. So our characters will start with a focus of 6. So that basically means like our character is very, very focused. And I like the sound of that, right? It makes it kind of feel right for our character. And I like that. All right. Now, this is where things can slow down. Because question 5 is about honor. Part 3 is about honor and glory. Question 5, who is your lord and what is your character's duty to them? And we've talked about this before, but all samurai, certainly all player character samurai, are sworn to a lord, a daimyo. Okay. And this is where, ask the GM if they want you to invent this figure on their own or if they intend to provide the identity of your character's lord. Your character's lord is intrinsically tied to your character's deity, a motive that should play a major part in your dramatic art. So here's my thoughts on this. I am a big fan for most campaigns for all the players to have the same lord. And the way I view this is the same way I would kind of view a lot of sci-fi games where the lord is an NPC. The captain of the ship is an NPC. But I build it with input from the characters. I build it with input from the other players. So it's like we collaboratively build the lord or the captain of the ship. And it kind of sets the tone for the game because, maybe we want our lord to be, a formerly great and very honorable lord, but who has now fallen upon hard times and is broke and his domain is failing and he's losing land to, other rival lords. And maybe he's become a drunk and he's an alcoholic, too much sake and just drowns his trouble in cups. And but that's our lord. That's who we serve. That's the person that we're dedicated our lives to. Your players may not want to do that. Right. So I think having a lord that has pros and cons really adds to the dynamic of the game. And when we made our lord, our communal lord, it was a really cool opportunity for the players to get some input because it's a great way to sort of set the tone for your entire campaign. And obviously it's an important NPC. So, I had some stuff written down about the character. I had some information written down about the lord. After you decide who your lord is, you should work with the GM to determine the specifics. What's their name? What role do they serve in the clan? What sort of personality and history do they have? Depending on the type of campaign, this could be a clan magistrate, it could be a city governor, it could be a provincial daimyo, or even a great clan family daimyo. And, in the case of a provincial daimyo, that is what we used in our game, right? Their lord wasn't one of the great lords that rules over, vast swaths of the land. They were the ruler of, one small-ish province. And as Lance, who was a player in that campaign, the name of the lord was actually Matsu Shota, Lord Matsu, Matsu Shota. But the group took to calling him Lord Middle Management. Because, when I was describing, when we were going through the whole process, I was like, no, he's important. He's your boss. But I mean, he's got, he reports to the family daimyo, who reports to the clan daimyo, so he's pretty, and someone's like, oh, so he's middle management. And I was like, yeah, I guess he's middle management. So they called him Lord Middle Management, so, it's kind of fun. But, he was an important character, and he, via me, got to set the character's giri. Now, again, technically, the giri is what the Lord is assigning to the player. But when you are starting the campaign and you're in this session 0 spot, I think it makes sense that the player should have some input. Now, once the campaign gets underway and things are in motion, absolutely the Lord should be able to come to the player and say, "This is your new directive. This is my new order to you. This is my new commandment to you." And the player's like, "Okay." But at the beginning of the campaign, when you're setting the tone, I think it's cool to have the player's input. Like, what does the Lord care about? Like, what do they want you to do for them? What is your giri? And the giri can and should change throughout the course of the game. Yeah. Now, we're not going to create an entire new Lord, but in my mind, if we were part of a campaign or something like that, it depends on how we want to. I like to squeeze the drama. Okay, so like, here's how I would want to do it. Okay, I would want to have it be like that my character, there's some, I don't know, some other player character who is maybe really important, but kind of like an idiot. And my character and all I want to do is like practice. I just want to become the best. I want to become the best. I want to become the best. And I'm happy just training. And, my Lord basically, or my family basically says, okay, well, you've trained enough. We are basically giving you to this other Lord, and you are going to be assigned to protect this kind of important NPC, or maybe even could be a PC, this kind of important diplomat. You're going to be their Yojimbo. They're going on a really important mission. I need you to protect their life and stand in for them if they duel. And my character is like kind of resentful of this, right? Because my ninjo is that I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. But now my giri is I have to serve as a sort of bodyguard and sort of dueling master for this person who I don't really care or respect. And that's where we already get this interesting tension, right? So you're looking for the drama. You're looking for that sort of, crux of an issue. And you could also imagine a scenario that the GM would be encouraged to pop up where there's an intense diplomatic situation that's kind of going sideways. And my character really wants to duel this person because he wants to prove that he's the best. But his commandment is to try to keep everybody safe. So personally, he would love to duel this character, but he understands that if he duels them, it's exactly what the Scorpion clan want, and it's going to create this embarrassment. But he's like, but that's what I want to do. I want to prove them the best. So you have this great tension between the duties and responsibilities of being a samurai, of the tenets of Bushido, but also my desire for personal mastery, maybe my desire for glory, right? And a chance to rise above this kind of demeaning assignment, and truly become a great and worthy samurai. So, there's a lot of opportunity here to have fun with this, and building this Lord Kype character together is a big part of the game. So again, it could be a very lengthy and involved session 0. There's no doubt. And the game gives great guidance. I know it's kind of wordy, but it talks about how to select one's giri properly and doing everything right, and again, this idea of this tension between the things. 6. What does our character long for? How might this impede their duty? This is your character's ninjo. And again, the game gives really great advice about how to select ninjo. Ninjo provides characters with the second of their 2 primary drives. Some classical personal desires from the works of samurai fiction include variations on themes of ambition, art, beauty, belonging, entitlement, envy, family, glory, greed, love, justice, peace, safety, revenge. Things like to be an honorable samurai or to obey my lord are poor selections for a character's ninjo. Okay? So, for us, in our situation, we for our questions 5 and 6, we might put in that our ninja is not whatever that just fucking was. Our character's ninja is to achieve dueling mastery, right? And I guess that's as small as I can make it. And then our giri is I'm just being very brief here, but to serve as Yojimbo, right? To serve as a bodyguard for this person, right? And mechanically, this sets up sort of the tension of one of the core tensions of the game. All right. Did I miss somewhere where we start with our honor? Oh yeah, it's our character's school. Shit, I missed it. Nobody call that. My character honor is from your school. Phoenix, lion, dragon. There we go. Starting honor 50. Our character's reasonably honorable. Okay. All right, there we go. Sorry, I had to get back to that. All right, so our character's honor is 50. Big honor. Okay, so 7. Again, lots of role-playing fodder here. What is our character's relationship with our clan? Not every samurai lives and breathes their creeds. Sometimes we diverge from them on issues of philosophy, politics, and personal matters. Now that you know who your lord is, does your character embrace their clan's ideals and goals, or do they find themselves in conflict with them? Do you agree with the current policies or regard them as stakes? Yada, yada, yada. Choose one of the following. Now, all of this is role-playing, but mechanically, if our character firmly believes in the precepts of their clan and the values it holds dear, gain +5 glory based on their reputation as an upstanding member of their community. If we have a fundamental disagreement with our clan's practices, beliefs, and have divided them in the past, gain 1 rank in a skill in which you have 0 ranks. Consider why this skill represents a divergence from the clan's training or values. So now we have a great choice. Does our character believe in the messaging of the crane? Are they 100% in with the kind of the crane style, or do we think of ourselves in a different way? And I kind of think of our character as maybe being in a different way. And again, this is a skill in which we have 0 ranks. So I like the idea of maybe, picking up a rank in tactics. And, that represents the fact that like our character, believes that the crane are the strongest, and we shouldn't be offering olive branches, right? We should be offering the sword of war. And, we should be using our skills. We are the superior samurai, that we are constantly, trying to appease these other clans is foolish and not working. And for the first time ever, the crane find themselves a little bit in a back foot, and this is our time to, sort of go to war and go to strike. And that's not a very crane-like idea. So, our character in that respect is a little bit more of a war hawk, and sort of pushing an agenda, or at least doesn't believe in the crane sort of mantra. And again, this is me building up a backstory through the character creation process. What does our character think of Bushido? Choose one of the following. If we believe in living by the orthodoxy, interpretation of Bushido is very staunch, gain +10 honor. If we diverge from Bushido, we can gain a 1 rank in one of the following skills to represent how we're not necessarily aligned with the perfect samurai. Here, I actually think our character, kind of in a very lion-esque way, actually really believes in Bushido, right? He believes that first and foremost, like, we are the people of the sword, right? The samurai is first and foremost a warrior. Bushido, the way of the warrior. The samurai is a warrior. All samurai are warrior, right? And war is the ultimate, political power. And so I think our character has a very strict, dare I say, orthodox view of Bushido. And so our character's honor actually goes up by 10. So our character is actually going to start off pretty damn honorable. And that makes some amount of sense because, to our character's mind, we are embodying what it means to be a samurai. And we are really living by those strictures. So we got a 60. It's pretty good. But we could have also not done that and picked up another rank in a skill, which could be great. Maybe it comes in useful. These are kind of some of a little bit more of your low skills, but they could be useful. But I'm choosing to develop my character in a different way. All right. Well, it's 10 o'clock, so we're not going to get a chance to finish this because I wanted to finish at 10. So what I'll do instead is I'll just kind of go through again these really quickly here. Part 4 is your strengths and weaknesses. Now, we didn't really talk about this in the character creation process, but your character gets advantages and disadvantages. These are elements about your character. The game gives you a huge list of them, but you could also just make them up. And basically, they are a advantage that your character has. And in game mechanical terms, it lets you re-roll 2 dice. So if your advantage would apply, you get to re-roll 2 dice. All right. A disadvantage is kind of the opposite. If your disadvantage would apply, your opponent can make you re-roll 2 dice. And so, they could take those 2 really awesome dice that rolled really well, and they could make you re-roll them because your disadvantage applies. But what's really cool, and I want to focus on this, about the advantages and disadvantages is that they are earned. You have them, but they're not like feats. They're not like tied to experience. They're not tied to anything. They are tied 100% diegetically to the world. The way, after character creation, the way that you gain new distinction, the way that you gain new advantages and disadvantages is just through play. Your character, there's no cap, there's no limit. If your character gains an advantage, they gain an advantage. If they gain a disadvantage, then they gain disadvantage. If in the fiction they gain it, they gain it. Like as an example, I don't know if we have a list here. I'll give you an example. As an example, during one of the critical intrigues of our campaign, Bob's character, over a lengthy tea ceremony, ended up basically being seduced by this Crane, their enemy, courtier. And as a result of that intrigue and the way it ended up turning out, Bob's character gained a new disadvantage, right? Which was like, obsessed with, Doji Kachio or something like that, or whatever her name was. Doji Kachiro or something. So Bob's character gained a new disadvantage. And he doesn't get like, oh, you get bonus points for that. Nope. It's just in the fiction, he gained that, and now he has that. And not only is it a role-playing cue, but mechanically, if she was trying to, say, manipulate him, and I said, Bob, make a test to resist, and Bob rolled 2 great die rolls, I could say, Bob, you need to re-roll those 2 great dice because you have this at a disadvantage. So advantages and disadvantages are pretty cool because you can just assign them, take them away. It's all very diegetic in the course of the game, which is really fun. And similarly, your character may have, some adversities, things that you're not, that you struggle with. Maybe your character has, a bad leg, or maybe your character's missing an eye, or maybe your character is quick to anger. So you also have these disadvantages that your character starts the game with. So that's question 9 and 10. Question 11, what activity makes your character feel the most at peace? So your character also on our sheet, by the way, let me just go back to our sheet here real quick. So here in distinction, this is where we would write down our character's distinctions, and we get to re-roll up to 2 dice of our choice. Our character also has adversities. These are things that hurt us, and that's where we have to re-roll dice that were good, that had successes. All right. I should also note, if you do end up failing the check because of your adversity, you gain a void point. And remember, that is very much a gamist mechanic, but it's a little bit tied to the lore, because the idea of the void is that by facing adversity, by accepting fate, right, your character is sort of embracing the concepts of the void. And so that's why you gain it. So like facing your adversity is a good way to gain void awareness and spiritual growth. But we also have passions and anxieties. passions are the things that our character is passionate about. And whenever we do something related to our passion, we remove strife. This is one of the main ways in the game that we can heal ourselves of strife. An important thing for the game might be like literally your passion might be, flower arrangement, right? Ikebana. It might be origami. It might be writing poetry. It might be attending, going to a tea ceremony. It might be going to the bathhouse. It might be going to the sake house, right? It might be watching theater. And when you play the game, especially like a more, in-city political intrigue-based game, after a grueling day at Imperial Court, you may be like, hey, I need to have a scene where my character goes and, I don't know, makes 1,000 cranes or something, crane little origamis, because I need to indulge my passion, because I need, to cure strife. You're doing it mechanically, but in the game world, it's what your character would do to relieve themselves. Similarly, your character has anxiety. And by the way, you might gain or lose these as the game progresses. Again, they're not necessarily tied to any sort of like level-based progression. But anxieties trigger you and you gain strife. And then, of course, you do gain a void point because you're facing your anxiety. But like if your character is terrified of the demon, of Oni, of demons, then in a scene where the demons show up or Maho blood magic or something shows up and your character's freaked out, again, samurai aren't supposed to be freaked out by anything. They're supposed to be stoic and completely but your character just gained 3 strife. And that means that your characters are more, tied, or more likely to become compromised. I don't like tying void point to gain anxiety. I mean, Isaiah, I said before, it is first and foremost a game-based, it's a gamist thing. I wouldn't bend over backwards to it, but the description that they give is the idea that a samurai who faces their anxieties, who challenges their adversities, right, is sort of being more open with themselves, and they are trying to grow, and they are trying to embrace that idea of emptiness and oneness that accumulates with the void. Just focusing on your passions and your advantages and your distinctions is not the way that one gains true spiritual growth, right? We gain spiritual growth through hardship. We gain spiritual growth through adversity, through overcoming our anxieties. So that's kind of where I think the idea comes in. So 11, you pick a passion. Oh, I didn't bring it up here. Sorry. So question 11, we pick a passion. Question 12, we pick a anxiety. 13, again, lots of story building, lots of world building occurring inside the character creation process. It is a long character creation process. I cannot stress this enough. Who has your character learned the most from in their life? Describe their mentor. It might be their sensei. It might be a family member. It could be their father. It could be their mother. It could be a cousin. It could be an uncle. Maybe it's a brother in arms or a sister, in arms. Maybe it's a general that they served under. Either way, you're going to have a relationship, and you get an additional advantage because of that relationship, but you also get a disadvantage because of that relationship. Right. And we get another rank in a skill that we developed as a result of our close relationship. So who was that person? Right. So, and we get +1 rank. So, who was most important to our Kakita's duelist? Right. Who was their mentor? Was it a sensei? Was it, maybe it's something crazy. Like maybe our Kakita duelist was, trained by, a dragon monk, or like a phoenix, sword master. Maybe they weren't trained by a Kakita person, and maybe that gives us a unique advantage or a unique disadvantage, and maybe we pick up a rank in a skill that we otherwise wouldn't get. So, now how much detail you build up about this mentor or this person that you learn the most from your life, I mean, that's up to you. But I would encourage people to sort of build it up and at least internalize it. Plus, it's a great NPC for the GM to use in later, situations. 14, what do people notice first upon encountering your character? And this is completely role-playing, because all you do here is you record the answer to personality, habits, and quirks. In addition, choose one distinctive aesthetic accoutrement that your character carries or wears most of the time. So this is totally just a role-playing thing. You are just, what makes you stand out? What is unique about your personality? What's unique about your habits? And it's just a role-playing question. 15, how does your character react to stressful situations? So this is basically asking, like, how does your character, if your character becomes compromised and they become, and they unleash their emotions, what are they likely to do? Are they likely to storm out? Are they likely to throw a fit? Are they likely to challenge someone to a duel? Are they likely to hurl insults? Are they likely to shut down? It doesn't mean that you always do that. It doesn't mean that that's always what you're going to do, but it's just sort of an understanding how your character reacts, right? What emotions does your character show when they are compromised? What events or feelings can make them lose that self-control? Conversely, what emotions can they always control no matter what, right? So, maybe like our character, it's like he'll never, he was raised a crane. He's not going to start hurling insults. He's never going to be rude, right? He would never hurl insults, but he will, put his hand to his sword and challenge, right? If he feels like his honor is at stake, or if he feels like his, clan is being threatened, if he feels like, his glory or his reputation is being challenged, he is quick to go to the blade and to go to a duel, and maybe, he's cocky and he's kind of arrogant. And so, maybe how does he react to stressful situations? He challenges duels to the death, right? Maybe he's that much of a kind of an asshole. But he'll never be disrespectful, so he'll never lash out verbally. He'll never, smash someone's, personal belongings or throw a temper tantrum, 16, what are your character's pre-existing relationships with other clans, families, organizations, and traditions? Again, a huge question here. But, a character is exposed to many other groups during their life. Diplomacy, marriage alliances, trade, wars, travel, all bring you into relationships with other class. This is an opportunity to sort of describe an additional relationship or two that your character has with other groups. Maybe my character did train with the dragon for a while, or maybe I made an enemy in a war against the lion. This is another world building, session building type situation. Again, very in depth. We also get to pick one item of rarity 7 or lower that we basically get to start with a magic item. It's not a magic item, but you get to start with like a superior item because we received it as a gift, or we took it in battle from fighting them. So like maybe our character was engaged, and maybe we did battle and we did have a fight in a war, and I beat a lion, samurai in a duel, and as part of that, as part of my prize for killing this lion, I took his katana as a prize of battle, and maybe I wielded, and maybe his whole family has sworn to kill me because I insult their honor by by taking this battle. But as far as I'm concerned, I won it fairly in a duel. So, just like, and maybe the katana is really cool, and so it does something special. And people might think it's weird that I carry around a lion blade, but I describe how I won it. I single-handedly slew, the general of, the Golden Fields and routed his army, after slaying his, at the age of 16, I won this duel, and everyone's like, oh shit, he's famous for this. Like, this is his big deal. Again, your character can be somebody special, and I think you should do that. 17, you get to talk about your parents, and then you get an additional rank in a skill depending on who your parents were. Who was your character named to honor? So you get to pick one of your ancestors and kind of describe them. And when you do this, we get to as far as I know, the only random thing in the entire game is determining what your ancestor was famous for. So, for example, if we roll our D10, you roll a D10. And by the way, the original Legend of the Five Rings used a D10. This game does not use any dice except for a D10 at this point in the game where you roll for Samurai Heritage. So you roll a D10, and that determines the first result, and then we roll another D10 for some additional effects. So if I were to pull out a D10 here, got our D10. So who are we named after? Who is this like famous ancestor that we're sort of descended from? So I rolled a 9. So Imperial Heritage. You can trace your lineage back to the Imperial line. increases our status by 10, big money, wow. You gain the blessed lineage advantage. To be clear, this is a big deal. This means that like we might be like, the the eighth cousin or something twice removed of the emperor. But what it means is that like our great grandfather may have been a member of the imperial family, or like our great grandfather may have been a member of the imperial family. And, he married a crane who had a kid who got, assigned to a crane, so bloodlines thin out and eventually not everybody can be imperial. But that is important. And that means our character. So maybe our character is kind of this spoiled brat, right? Who's kind of been walking all over people his whole life because, of who his family was. Again, making a not perfect character is totally acceptable here. But the problem is they're fucking good, So now our character status, because we chose that, or because we rolled that, goes from 35 to a whopping 45. So that puts our character status kind of on the level of like serious lords and like serious daimyos and like, but we're not. We're just an ordinary person. But, do you know who my great-grandfather was? It's one of those things where it's like, and this guy's a punk, but man, he's fucking good. He's so good. And, will his mouth get him in trouble, or whatever? It's kind of a cool, kind of a cool thing there. So that is question 18. And then question 19 is, what is your name? So you were named after an ancestor, but usually that name is going to be a little bit of a variant, So if our, ancestor was, Kakita, Kakita Morito, we might be known as Kakita Morisho, right? Or we'd have some sort of variant. We're honoring that ancestor with our name, but it's our own name, and it's slightly different, right? And then lastly, total role-playing thing, 20. How should your character die? And this sums up the game in all sorts of ways. All proper samurai, I'm going to read this whole thing. All proper samurai fully expect to die in the service of their lord. And it is said that every samurai lives at all times 3 feet from death, the length of a katana blade. However, some deaths have more meaning than others, and there are plenty of samurai whose outward facade of courage hides a deep-seated fear of mortality. How would you like your character to end? Will they fulfill their destiny and join their ancestors in Yomi, the realm of sacred ancestors? Or will their soul be forced to undertake another cycle on the celestial wheel of reincarnation? This has no mechanical implications, but you should keep it in mind. Your GM certainly will. In my mind, our character likes to think that they are the heir of an imperial lineage, and that they're how would I like to die? I would like to die at the pinnacle of glory, and I would like for my family or my children, my legacy to sort of be, retaken into the imperial line, that my honor, it would be so great, that my glory, so undeniable, that I will be allowed to ascend into Yomi, the realm of sacred ancestors, and take my place amongst the blessed. How would I like to die? Yeah, Beowulf, I love it. Die on a bridge, holding back numberless lion samurai, as you buy your lord time to gather reinforcements and turn the victory battle, Yeah, fucking yeah, that's great. That's how I want my character going down, Or, I want to die, dueling for the fate of our entire clan. And I win, but with a lethal blow, And I live just long enough to see my opponent die for victory to be declared for me right before I die, right? With maximum honor and maximum glory, and just become a legend in my clan for 1,000 years, right? Yeah. Karmic strike. Because double-sided blows are a thing that can happen in the duel, in the duel rules in this game, where you basically both go and just kind of kill each other. I think that's awesome. Right. And again, just the fact that this is how your character creation process ends. Yeah. Nice and on. I died in the library with a candlestick. Yeah. maybe not the most impressive thing. And so, our very first Legend of the Five Rings campaign, Bob quit because it was too stressful for him. And now as someone who is dealing with anxiety myself, I certainly can't blame him because it fucking sucks. But Bob's first character, believe it or not, we were playing, this was a multi-clan campaign. So Bob was a crab. Aaron was a phoenix. George was a dragon. And Kaz was a unicorn. And Tim was a scorpion. And, but Bob's character was a crab. Okay. Those are the stern guardians of the wall. But Bob's anxiety was a fear of death. The crab's core tenet of Bushido that they worship is courage, right? That is what, the crab don't care about. I mean, they do, but they don't really care about honor, duty, like courtesy, being nice. They only care about one thing, right? Courage, right? Being able to stand and not flee. And you are the last defense, and everything else doesn't matter. And Bob's character was a crab who was afraid of death. He was afraid of dying. And it was like this, and like Bob, it was so stressful that Bob couldn't handle it. But it was like, it's kind of a tragic, right? It's very tragic. This crab, and Bob was like he was like a Hida warrior with like, the big Tsuba, the big studded club, the Tetsubo. But his character was afraid of death. He was a great warrior, and he was very loyal, but he was afraid of dying. And so that alone was just an incredibly, awesome thing. In that first L5R campaign where Smith had his Phoenix character, Smith's character was a warrior, was a Bushi, but he was from a Phoenix family that is known for being spellcasters, for being Shugenja. And Aaron's story was basically that, his father, he had such a resentment for his father that Aaron could have been a great Shugenja, but he turned away from the kami, and he kind of thought like these he had like an encounter with the dragon monk when he was younger, who kind of like taught him about enlightenment, and like almost as like a diss to his father, he like turned away from the kami and he practiced the blade, and never lived up to his potential as a potential Shugenja, even though he may have had like the spark to be able to do it. And then later in the campaign, they came across this area that was tainted by blood magic, by Maho. And, Aaron was going to go in there. And everyone else was like, both in character and out of character, like, Aaron, that's suicide. Like, we're not equipped to handle this. And Aaron's like, I have to do something, though. And they're like, yeah, but you can't. And then it was this, like, realization that Smith's character had. He goes, if I had practiced magic, I could have done something here. And now I'm powerless. But because of my ego and my pride and my resentment and my pettiness, I turned from that path, and now I'm helpless, and now I cannot do this. And Aaron's character that night back in town contemplated seppuku, because he felt like he had failed so utterly in his life that his whole mission was to protect people, and that by choosing the path that he did, he wasn't able to protect people. And then Aaron ended up making a meditation check against himself to see if he could figure out a way to find peace with it. And if he failed the check, he was going to kill himself. And if he passed the check, he was going to, find a way forward and find a middle way. I had nothing to do with any of this, by the way. This was totally Aaron, totally playing this out, totally on his own. He totally made up all these rules. He was the player. But, for him, he was like, I don't know if my character is going to kill myself. So I'm going to let the PC and I'm going to let the skills or whatever decide. And it was kind of sweet. He did not, by the way. He did pass the meditation check, and he was able to find a way. Beowulf, yes, Beowulf. I thought you would approve of the very Pendragon-like approach. Yes. Isaiah says, I knew I liked Bob for a reason. Yeah, Bob's a crab guy. There's no doubt about that. Should any of these character ideas be kept secret from other players, or do you believe that the game is better served if everything's out in the open? Great question. There's a section in the rule book about, open table or like closed table or something. How open do you want, the game to be? I don't exactly remember where it is, but they talk about this. Especially if people have different lords. Or here, I'll give you another one, Beowulf. When you go into a social conflict, an intrigue, each player chooses a social objective. What are they trying to get out of this social intrigue? And one of the options is that you keep them secret, right? Because other players might be operating, they might not necessarily be opposed to you, but they may have an ulterior agenda. They may have something else. We did not do that. We played it open because we trusted each other to respect that, the player knew, but the player character did not know. So during that intrigue with the crane, Trey, awesome. Well, it'll be a long one, buddy. It'll be like a 4-hour VOD. But during the intense negotiation with the crane, ostensibly the reason they were meeting with the crane is because the crane had information about the whereabouts of the daimyo's brother. And they needed to find him because he was missing. And they knew that she knew, but they knew that she knew, but they also knew that she wasn't supposed to know. So even asking her if she knew where he was would be implying that she did know where he was and didn't tell anybody, which would be a smirch on her honor. So the whole point of the intrigue was, can we get the information that we need from her without actually asking the question that would potentially dishonor her? Well, and that was the commandment from their lord, by the way, not deal with this lady, but find my brother. But Bob's objective was to embarrass the crane or something. It was like a complete side tangent. It had nothing to do with the main tangent. He had his own agenda and he was pushing forward on that agenda. And then Kaz's character, I think, was trying to seduce the crane courtier because I think they had used to hook up when he used to live, when he was a crane. Or something like. So, the players were kind of, I'm not saying they were being shit stirrers, but they were being a little bit of shit stirrers. And, things kind of went sideways because, the characters were playing to their they were playing to their characters and they had these different objectives. Now, keep in mind, what gets rewarded gets repeated. Legend of the Five Rings doesn't care what you do. You get 1 XP per hour for playing. That's it. If you accomplish a major milestone, the GM can award you with a bonus experience point. But in Legend of the Five Rings, if your entire session was sitting around in a tea house discussing the nature of the void and of the kami and rectifying Shinseism with Fortunism and trying to make sense of what was happening in the world, and you did that for 5 hours, each of your characters would get 5 XP. If you had a 5-hour session where you were battling your way through endless hordes of undead zombies, and then you had to climb a volcanic wall, and then you ended up fighting a Balrog-like Oni fire demon in the bowels pits of hell of Jikoku, you would get 5 XP. Both of those games in Legend of the Five Rings world are equal in terms of how the game rewards you. They both just say 5, 5. Now, again, the GM might, for major accomplishments, might award you an extra XP or something like that. But for the by and large, whatever you do, it doesn't matter. It's not a game about that. It is a game. It is a Bushido simulator. It is a samurai simulator. And so, but it's a great example of what, what gets rewarded gets repeated. Here is a game where the players don't have to feel like we are tanking our character advancement because we're choosing to sit around this tea house. I'm not necessarily that may not be the most fun for me, but I would say that Legend of the Five Rings, as far as a mechanical role-playing system goes, it is a game that leans towards, the idea of a character is just going, I just want to, live the life of a samurai. The difference, though, is I do think that the GM has a responsibility, right, to challenge them. It's not just samurai life. It's not samurai slice of life. It's not that. I don't think, and I think if you play it like that, that's fine. That's fine if you really want to do that. But I don't think it should be played as samurai slice of life. It is a samurai drama. And so, it may not necessarily be battles to the death against Oni on volcanic islands, but there does need to be that element of drama. There needs to be that element of being torn between your heart and your mind, your brain, and your desire for honor, but the need for glory, and the twisting schemes of fate and how they conspire against you. I think you want a little bit, you need to twist the knife a little bit. You need something that is dramatic. So just, the entire session sitting around, yes, sure, technically that's worth, the same amount of experience points, but I don't think you're doing it right at that point. Interestingly, there's even a thing here where it's like, you could award XP in the middle of the session because of a downtime. So like if because of the nature of your game, maybe you go, okay, well, the battle ends and the summer comes to a close, and soon it is harvest time, and the winter season is upon you, and there's no battles going on in the winter time. And so what do you all do? And just ask for people's descriptions of what they're doing and stuff like that. And the book even says here, extremely long narrative gaps. If the GM wants to have an extremely long time skip within the story, say a month or more, they should simply stipulate that the time passes, though they should perhaps let the players describe what their characters do in an extended period of inaction, and allocate a small amount of experience points to the PCs for their activities to reflect their growth in the interim. Such gaps are a good opportunity for PCs to pursue their societal obligations, return to their dojo for training, or undertake individual endeavors that do not involve the larger group. So literally in this game, you could go fight a huge battle and it's not worth any experience points. But the GM could say, okay, we're going to take the rest of the season off. After the great battle, there's kind of this lull. Like it's not like there's not another war right away. What does your character do over the winter? And it's like, okay, everybody gain, everyone gain 3 experience points, and you spend it on, a new talent or increasing a skill, and maybe describe why that happened a little bit, But again, more of a montage scene. Here's 3 experience points. So again, experience points have very little to do with like your accomplishments in this game. You kind of just get experience points for playing. Karama went left, ran an entire Pathfinder 2nd edition battle, and now is already back. Welcome, Karama. Yeah, I mean, yes, it can have drama. I'm just saying, but this is a game about samurai drama, 100%. Okay. Beowulf likes the XP being tied to game time. Yeah. It's what this, this game is telling you what it's about. And what it's not about is it's not about objectives or goals, right? It's about engaging in the drama. And engaging in the samurai drama could be very personal, right? It could be very small scale, right? It could be as simple as, a character, in love with, some commoner, and he's betrothed to some, hateful person that he doesn't want to marry, but he's in love with this commoner who, she's Rosie from the Green Dragon, she's some commoner barmaid, and he loves her, but that's not what samurai do. Number one, samurai don't marry for love, but number 2, they definitely don't marry peasants, right? They definitely don't marry Hinin or Hyman, Heman. I don't remember which one is the peasant. So that's samurai drama, to be clear. It's very personal drama, but that definitely counts as samurai drama. And if you're playing that session out, I don't know what the other players are doing, but you should. The party element definitely helps here, but or it definitely complicates things a little bit. But point is, I would not fault you for being like, yeah, that was a great L5R session. That's samurai drama, torn between my duty and my love, and my societal obligations, and the caste system that I'm a part of, and what I was raised to believe is right, and then what I feel is right. Yeah, I mean that's good samurai drama. So not recommended for Bayushi's mysterious wish-granting katana. Oh, that's a great name for a game. I will end by by saying something, which is when I was a kid, I think I like the crab and I think I like the dragon. One thing that I've come to really appreciate as I've gotten more into the game and the lore is realizing that every clan is the best clan, but every clan is the worst clan. And that's what I think is so great about it. Like, let me give you an example. It's easy to paint the crab as being the heroic clan because they stand at the wall, right? And they hold the wall against the Shadowlands, right? But there's this idea that, what are we fighting for? Right? We're fighting for our society. We're fighting for civilization. We're fighting for beauty. We're fighting for art. What's the point of saving the empire if we forget everything that it's about? And so, it's easy to paint, the Crane as being these kind of, foppish idiots. But when you realize is that the Crane are we are the inheritors of the divine. It's not just, what we do, it's how we do it. And their, beauty and art and language and civilization and culture, these things are really, really important. And so to just cast those aside is kind of missing the whole point. You're fighting, but you forgot what you're fighting for. Similarly, it's very easy to admire the lion, right? The lion in some ways are the pinnacle of the samurai, because what this whole structure from heaven on down is all about the weight of a person's soul, and are you honorable? And there's a certain amount of awesomeness in is the empire worth one man's honor? A true lion would say no, right? That the weight of the empire is not worth the sacrifice of one man's honor. And there's a kind of they're like, because to them, they're like, that is what truly makes us divine. That is what makes us more than human, right? It is these rules that we follow unto death. But then there's also sort of the practical side where you go, lion, you're a bunch of idiots. Really? The empire for one man's honor? That sounds terrible. What are you doing? And the lion's kind of no, it's fine. We'll sacrifice everybody to the last man because it's the honorable thing to do. And you're like, okay, yeah, but then you won't have a next generation, and then everybody else will be fucked. Why don't you just give up? And it's no. So it's easy to look at them and be like, wow, that's awesome. But it's also easy to look at them and say, you're a bunch of idiots. And so it's kind of going back. Yeah, I mean, that's a great one. Isaiah's who's more important, the emperor or the empire? And so again, it's Scorpion is another classic one. Easy to say the Scorpion are the bad guys. They use poison and blackmail. Okay, but the Scorpion, they are the only people who go, our personal honor doesn't matter to us. We will do whatever it takes. The ends justify the means. We get it done. And you're kind of now this was a realization that I had. Star Trek. If you don't know this, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to go too much into the detail of it. Star Trek: The Next Generation. Worf's character is kind of an outcast, and then it comes out that he has a brother, and that his father is basically accused of being who's dead, but his father is basically accused of being a traitor and betraying the Klingons to the Romulans. And Worf goes to the Klingon homeworld and starts investigating, and discovers actually that it was his enemy Duras, the Duras family. And the emperor, essentially, of the Klingon Empire, basically brings him into this council member. And he says, yeah, I knew it was him. But his family is rich and wealthy and connected. And if this came out, it would mean civil war. And millions of people would die. And so Picard is disgusted. Because he's like, you were going to let Worf take the rap for this? And the guy, the emperor was like, the empire is more important than one man's honor. And Picard's like, can't believe that he's saying that. I thought you were Klingons. I thought honor was the most important thing to you. And so Worf, they say, well, now that Worf knows he's got to die. And Worf, is like, I will die for the Empire. Very, kind of very Klingon thing to do. He's like, but spare my brother. And he goes, the political rival says, no, he has to die too. If we killed you, his honor would demand that he revenge it. It would be a whole thing. So you both have to die. And then, the Emperor's like, yep, you both have to die. And so the Worf goes, okay, I'm going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to go into open court, and I'm going to give you something better than even our deaths would give you. I'm going to go into open court, and I'm going to publicly denounce my father as a traitor. I'm going to lie. I know the truth. Okay? I know the truth. And I'm going to go into court, and I'm going to dishonor my family forever. I'm going to lie to everybody. I'm going to cover up the truth. I'm going to let a traitor live. I'm going to let a traitor maintain his political power. But I'm doing it for the Empire. And so it's easy to think of Worf as like, oh, he's a lion. No, Worf is a scorpion. So if you think Worf is awesome, Worf was a scorpion. He was willing to do whatever it took in order to save the Empire, because his duty and his loyalty were the things that were the most important to him. And he was willing to sacrifice all these other elements of his honor because it meant the safety, the security, and the continuance of the Empire. And that is a scorpion, right? That's just a very scorpion mindset. The ends justify the means. And there are things that are bigger than me. There are things that are more important than me. And I don't matter. So anyways, you can go through this process and procedure with all the different clans. But it's really interesting to me because when I was a kid, I just thought, oh, Scorpion are bad guys. I hate them. Oh, the unicorn are named after unicorns. They're lame. I don't like them. Crane, that's a bird. That's stupid. I don't even. Also, they're like politics and nice, and that's stupid. Crab, dragon, lion. But then as an adult, I'm like, man, it's easy to see how I got caught up in that as a kid. But now it's like they're all kind of interesting, and they're all kind of assholes, and that's what makes it great, right? You can kind of play it up either side. So that is Legend of the Five Rings, in 4 hours. Again, we only scratched the surface a little bit. That would be enough for you to sit down and play. Obviously the game gets more complex when you start bringing in the combat rules. But I hope you can appreciate when I say that this game is what I call a true role-playing game. And what I mean is, it's a game where the role-playing and the game, or the mechanics, is all interconnected, right? And it's all sort of, tied together. You can't have one without the other. And the stuff that you do in the game, role-playing wise, literally affects the mechanical outcomes of the game. How you describe something determines the ring that you're going to use and the approach. So a lot of other games, D&D, have role-playing, but it's role-playing that's just like a layer on top. It's like oil and water. Yeah, here's the game, here's role-playing. And then, there's a boundary layer, but they don't really mix. They're not really talking to each other. This is a game that is shook up. Beowulf wants to know, what clan is the most anti-Scorpion? The answer would be Lion. Specifically, let's see if I can do this correctly from memory. Specifically, the lion. Oh, sorry, the lion. The lion. Every clan. So you have the lion, the crane, the scorpion, the dragon, the phoenix, the unicorn, and the crab. And each of them has a tenet of Bushido that they really believe in, and a tenet of Bushido that they don't really believe in. So the lion really believe in honor. They're not as big into compassion. Now, this puts them at odds with the Scorpion, who really don't believe in honor. But what they do believe in is duty. The Crane believe in courtesy, but they don't really care that much about courage, which puts them completely at odds with the Crab, who believe that courage is the most important state, but that courtesy doesn't matter. So in terms of like true polar opposite, the Crab and the Crane, and by the way, the Crab and the Crane do not get along and never have been. The Dragon believe in truth. They believe in understanding and telling the truth and being sincere. What they do not care about is duty. They believe that like blind duty and blind obedience is the enemy of truth. Phoenix believe in righteousness. They believe in their moral concepts of good and evil, of justice, right, of the gods, of having this sort of moral authority. But they don't necessarily think that everybody needs to know everything. They're kind of a secretive clan, and they think that sometimes the information and knowledge that they possess would be dangerous if shared outside of their clan, and so it's best if they don't say anything. And lastly, and this is a Derek change, because it's not what's actually in the book, but I change it. The Unicorn believe in compassion. They left the Empire. They met other cultures. They were starving. They were helped. They learned what it means to be a community, to be, to rely on your neighbors. And by the way, these are the 7 tenets of Bushido: honor, courtesy, duty, sincerity, righteousness, compassion, and courage. The reason why I changed the Unicorn is because the Unicorn in the book have a negative of courtesy. But I think that's fucking stupid, because it's 7 yeses and then 6 nos. It's stupid. Instead, make the Unicorns not believe in righteousness. And I think that's great, because the Unicorn don't believe in the sort of, absolute morality that the people who have been stuck inside of the Empire have forever. They've seen other cultures. They've seen other gods. They know that the gods of the Rokugani people of the Emerald Empire aren't the only gods that even exist. So the idea of having this sort of moral judgment based off of the will of the gods is nonsense to them, because they're like, there's lots of gods. You're just following one set. Their laws and their moral codes are no better or no different than anybody else's. So I don't know why they did that. But anyways, yeah. So I changed their negative to righteousness. And there you go. So in terms of like opposites, lion, scorpion are kind of at each other's throats. Crane and crab kind of at each other's throats. Dragon and phoenix can get into it sometimes. Lion and unicorn can get into it sometimes, especially since, there's also political neighbors to be considered, right? The unicorn clan and the lion clan are right next to each other, and they kind of took over their terrain. The lion used to have the unicorn's land, and then the unicorn came back, and they're like, we want our land back, So there's a lot of political devices too. But it's a powder keg. It's meant for drama, and I love it. All right. Well, at this point, I was just going to go to 11 o'clock, but, that was not what I meant to do. Wrong one. So anyways, awesome game, complex game. Are there problems with it? Yes. Are there some house rules that I've made? Yes. Tweaks? Sure. Does it need a good editing? Yes. Should there be a 6th edition? Yes. We'll never probably get it, but I'll just be happy if we can get the Unicorn book and the Scorpion book, and then they can end the edition, and that's fine. I'll be forever thankful for them, as long as it's not as bad as the Dragon book was. But the ideas in this game have fundamentally shifted the way that I approach thinking about role playing games, and I was never really sold on the whole idea of like special dice. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition, with all the weird dice, Genesis never got me, but the easiness of the Legend of the Five Rings system made it really, really cool. And it made me think, wow, specialty dice are kind of cool. And there's a lot that you can there's a lot that you can do with these dice that are really interesting. And I've become, one of the things I absolutely love the most here is the approach based, the non-attribute instead of the approach based thing. I love that. How you do something is more important than what you're doing. And it gets rid of like, I'm the face character, I'm the strong character. I can't do anything in social situations. I don't have a good charisma. The game requires me to have a high strength, so I can't have a high charisma. Gets rid of all that. Love that. So I love the approach and how that ties directly into role playing, but it compartmentalizes it into one of 5 things. It's really easy. And by the way, it's just a general rule of thumb. You're like, oh, is this air? Is this kind of deceitful, subtle, precise? Is it water? Is it earth? Is it fire? Is it none of those things? Oh, then it's void. Void is just a great catch-all. If it's not one of the other 4, it's void. But that approach is awesome because it literally ties role-playing and mechanics right into one another. But the other thing I really like is the randomness sandwich. I love that you choose an approach, then you have to roll these random dice, and then you get to pick which symbols you're going to keep. And then there might be some exploding successes to, really, add a little bit of uncertainty and spiciness to it. And I love that each roll is like a new opportunity for you to get to tell a little bit of a story about your character with the action dice. This is similar to Genesis, but instead of doing it with like 6 or 7 or 8 different symbols like Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay used, they only use essentially 3.5 symbols, and that makes it a little bit more manageable. Do I ever think my Friday group would go back to L5R or too intense and stressful? A couple months ago, I was having a conversation with Smith, and he was saying, he's like, of all the campaigns that we've played in the last couple of years, the only one that I ever think about still is the Legend of the Five Rings one, because it made such an impact. But it was, it wasn't kicking ass and taking names with torches and, goblins and chests full of treasure and +1 flaming longswords. And that stuff's fun. And it's fun to play RPGs like that. So I don't know. I don't know, honestly, Casey. I know that everyone in my group loved it. At the same time, everyone in my group was kind of like, it was tough. And it was, it depends on your group. It depends on what's going on in your life, but for my group with wife and kids and work and job and, new jobs and all this other stuff, divorces and everything like that, it's tough to be like, and let's go do our super drama game on Friday. It's like, bro, my life is dramatic enough as it is. The last thing I need is samurai drama. I've got real life drama. So I don't want to go deal with my imaginary character's problems and the fact that everything is fucked and it's a lose-lose-lose situation no matter which way you look at it. That's my current life. I don't want that. I want the solution where it's like, super specific metaphor here, but there are 2 Batman movies, all right, in which the same scenario basically occurs. In Batman, The Dark Knight, the Christopher Nolan one with Heath Ledger as the Joker, Batman, right, gets to the Joker, and the Joker's like, whatever, you can kill me, you can arrest me, it's fine, but I've got your would-be girlfriend tied up and explosives over here, and I've got Harvey Dent, the future savior of the city, and the shining white knight of Gotham over here, also lined up with explosives. They're on the other side of town. You can only pick one. Which one will it be? Here's the addresses. Go save one. And of course, Batman chooses Rachel, and Batman rushes to Rachel. But of course, Joker, in the ultimate fucking fuck you knife twist, he swapped them. He didn't even tell him it, so he would always get the wrong one. But the point was, Batman had to make a choice, and the other one died. And then it was even worse because the choice he made was, reversed on him secretly. But that's Legend of the Five Rings. Okay? Choose between 2 horrible outcomes. Then there was Batman Forever, the 3rd Batman of the original Batman trilogy. This is the one where Val Kilmer, who I love, played Batman. And it had Jim Carrey as the Riddler and had Two-Face, Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face. And at the end of the movie, the Riddler has Batman in his lair, and he's got Dr. Chase Meridian, played by Nicole Kidman, tied up over a shaft full of rusty metal. And over on the left side, he's got his new companion, Robin, tied up over rusty mile metal. And he goes, riddle me this, Batman. He's like, now I get to finally solve the ultimate riddle. Who are you? Are you Batman? And will you save your little buddy? Or are you Bruce Wayne? And will you save your love? You can only save one of them, Batman, so I get to figure out the ultimate riddle. And he drops them, or right before he drops them, Batman says, I have the answer to your riddle. The answer is, on both. And he drops them both, and Batman dives after his love. And then while he's diving, he wraps his arms around her, shoots out his bat gun. His bat gun shoots up, the grapple shoots up, bounces off of the ceiling, bounces over to the other side of the room, bounces down the other shaft, and then grabs Robin right before he hits into the rusty metal. And he saves both of them. That's D&D, right? So Dark Knight is D&D, or Dark Knight is Legend of the Five Rings. Batman Returns with Val Kilmer and Jim Carrey is D&D. And, you know, sometimes you don't want to be depressed at the end of the night. Sometimes you want to be like, yep, I came in, I saved the girl, I saved my buddy, I beat the bad guys, and boom, you know? It's great, you know? So sometimes when life is handing you a lot of lemons, what you want to make is D&D, you know? Beowulf says, dealing with character problems is therapy for me. Yeah, I mean, we find it to be pretty stressful. You can run L5R without the drama being soul-crushing. You can, but what are we even doing here? I mean, hey, it's your heart's desire and it's your Lord's passion, and the game is telling me to set them at odds with one another, or to set them at odds with another PC. Hey, the woman that you love, yeah, that's who I'm sent to kill. You know, like, it's supposed to be this, like, incredible dramatic game. Let's see. Jordan says, last time I run wedding at Kyoto Castle, it's a one shot. The best man challenged the wedding crasher to a duel, injured her, and then later has to help the groom dump his bride to marry her. Nice stuff. Yeah, Silent. This is the Final Fantasy Flight Games version. Yes. I do not have a lot of experience with Legend of the Five Rings 4th edition or 3rd edition. I have somewhat limited experiences with the 2nd edition, which apparently everybody hates. Oh, this is how I will end. If I can find it quickly. I did say I wanted to end with another passage from a book. I just got to find it. It is the book. It is the Legend of the Five Rings Rokugan book for 3rd edition. I just don't know if I put it somewhere when I was putting stuff away. Darn it. But it's really good. Oh, man. Well, it'll have to wait for another day. It's a great passage on the introduction to Legend of the Five Rings, and it's got this great story about these two samurai battling in a battle, and they clash, and then they have a duel to the death, and it's pretty sweet. I can't believe I can't find it. Wow, that sucks. Yeah, too many books. Anyways, the 2nd edition and the D20 versions are different versions. I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, case in point, like, look. So here, social benefits from the Eternal Phoenix Dojo. You get a +2 competence bonus on all diplomacy checks with Shugenja. You gain an additional +2 bonus, total of +4 if the Shugenja is a Phoenix. That's the D20 benefit. This, you gain a free raise on all social interactions with Shugenja. If the Shugenja is a Phoenix, you receive 2 free raises. That's the AEG L5R system. So it's all in the same book. How are the L5 RMLs? They look pretty cool. I mean, some of them are good. Some of them are not so good. There's a couple I've picked up that I kind of put down. I will say, and this is I don't know. I've never gone like super deep into this. There is a entire subsection of L5R that is like really into like murder mysteries. I think that, I don't know if this has to do with just the way the game was structured or the whole Emerald Magistrates common theme. Emerald Magistrates are basically like the FBI of Rokugan, right? They're like a federal bureau of investigation. And magistrates are basically like police officers, right? Magistrates, cops, sheriffs, whatever you want to call them. And so emerald magistrates serve the Empire directly. And they're like the FBI. They're like X-Files. And there's like a very popular campaign mode. And there's a lot of L5R books that are written like as like detective stories. I don't know why, and I don't know how, but that is very popular amongst the, the populace. And so, it's one of those things where I'm like, there's quite a few novels that, really get into that. Jackal says, how to play L5R TCG next stream. Well, I'm only familiar with the LCG, Jackal. I never played the TCG. I was too big into Magic. I only know how to play the LCG. Magistrates are like Judge Dredd, aren't they? Judge, jury, and executioner. I don't think it's quite as extreme as that. Beowulf is like a literal judge from Judge Dredd. But yes, they have a lot of latitude and they have a lot of leeway, and they serve the Emerald Champion, who is essentially like, the Attorney General. He's kind of like the Attorney General and the like Joint Chief of, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs all in one. So the Emerald Champion is pretty powerful, and that's who they serve, or, either directly or maybe like one level below. Damien says, Magistrates is how you do L5R without the soul-crushing drama. All right, I'll buy that. I'll actually completely buy that. I will actually buy that. Yeah, very common trope that lets you get a bunch of characters of different clans working together. And I think that, you go, hey, we're all together, but we're all together, and, we're all working together to solve the case. I think that's it's not why I would play L5R, but I think it's perfectly acceptable. You could even probably do it very similar to like a X-Files thing, right? Where you have sort of the myth arc episodes, right? Some, big Kolot conspiracy or whatever. But then you have your sort of like Monster of the Week episodes where it's like, oh, there's this problem in this village and we need to go sort it out, right? And then, we deal with it in a couple of sessions, and then it's back into like the myth arc episodes. And you could basically do it like the X-Files, So yeah, so there's a lot of power and prestige that goes into that. Man, I know as soon as I like get off of the call, I'm gonna find this stupid book. I can't believe I can't find it. I was like just looking at it, but maybe that's the problem. I was just looking at it. Anyways, well, if you're interested in talking more Legend of the Five Rings, I'm always happy to discuss it. We do have a Legend of the Five Rings channel on our Discord, which is only accessible to our patrons. You can join at the $5 level, $10 level. We got a bunch of cool different stuff available to you. And I would be happy to answer your questions. And if you are a patron, as many of you are, happy to talk about Legend of the Five Rings anytime. We got a lot of votes for Avatar Legends as well, and that's another game system that I'd love to talk about. One of the things about games like Legend of the Five Rings is I think there's a lot of depth here. Okay, and we didn't even necessarily we didn't even get into some of the things that I think is where the game really can spark off. Is this idea of like staking glory, staking honor, right? Putting your honor at stake, literally, mechanically, and betting with your social currency. It's actually a part of the game. These are complex, subtle, nuanced mechanics, and if you sit down to play a one shot, I don't think you're ever going to get to that. And rightfully so. You might be like, this game's okay, but I think there's a lot of meat on the bones that you can really enjoy and sink your teeth into. So, I definitely think that it's worth exploring the system. It's not the best edited system, and there's some things in it that are underbaked. I will completely admit that. Some things are like, probably require a little steady hand for the GMing. If you're looking for like every situation has been handled, doesn't exist. But there's some really interesting ideas here, which, interestingly, Nerdrum will be covering the Cosmere at some point. It's now the most fun game and RPG on Kickstarter. Yes, for a variety of reasons. Number one, Max Brook, who is the lead designer, the head designer for Legend of the Five Rings 5th edition game that we just spent all night talking about, is also the head designer, one of the lead designers for the Cosmere RPG. That alone, that's good street cred. That's good with me. Number two, I thought it was just a D20 clone. In fact, I remember people going, oh, it's just a D20 clone. But the more I've heard about it, and the fact that Max Brook is involved, makes me think that there's more to it than that. That being said, my biggest concern is I don't know the Cosmere. I don't know Stormlight. I don't know all these weird magic systems. I've tried to read the books, and I've bounced off of them every time. So I'm like a little worried of how tied are the mechanics and the game to these concepts that it will just completely go over my head. That doesn't mean that we can't look at it. I'm just simply saying I feel like I'm going to get a lot of people in comments going, Derek didn't understand this. What he thought it was lame, but it's actually really cool because it's just like the books. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I didn't know. And so I just don't want to I'm like trying not to not upset people, if that makes any sense. Jordan says, this is the number one game I need to make sure I check out people feel about PvP on session 0. Yeah, I mean, depending on what your campaign is like and how it goes down, I mean, I could definitely see some PvP being a potential in this game. We did all right, GM Scott, I mean, it's a 4-hour stream about a game that hardly anybody's playing and that the publisher refuses to print copies for. We're not going to get, we're not going to get to 200 views. Or 200 viewing. First, look at the Expanse RPG. I think the Expanse RPG uses a couple things. Number one, I didn't watch the Expanse or read the Expanse, so I don't really know anything about that world. Number two, I think it uses the age system, and we did cover Fantasy Age, so I don't know if we're going to be really getting into any super new ground there, but. Mind blown if the patrons vote for it. I mean, I'm happy to take a look at it. I do feel bad when we do these first looks. I will say this. I do feel bad when we do these first looks on these 300-page RPG books, because there's just no way that I'm going to be able to wrap my head around 300 and we're just going to end up missing so much. And I get it. We call them first looks, but there's sometimes I'm like, okay, the book is this thick. Why are you making this a first look? How am I possibly going to look through this whole game in, 2-3 hours? Bootby says I should just not do them. That's the solution. I got to admit, I think if I had a, again, my play group was great, but I will admit, maybe I just had the drama levers turned up too high. But it would be a lot of fun to have an L5R game. But I will say this. I don't think it could ever be my only game. And by the way, one of the reasons why the Legend of the Five Rings campaign ended was because we were running multiple campaigns. And I just got burned out, and one of them had to go, and so we picked L5R to be dropped. But it's very difficult for me to imagine being like, I want to play a weekly game of L5R and do this every week. That even for me, that's tough. Because, I enjoy the heroic fantasy. I enjoy, the fun ass kicking. I enjoy the kind of super larger than life characters. Legend of the Five Rings is a little bit more, grounded and rooted. And Legend of the Five Rings lives in that same space that if I ever got into Pendragon, I was actually looking at this the other day. My filter's on. That's why this is transparent. But it occupies a similar space where it's this is a very emulationist, simulationist game, and you're really getting deep into this world and chewing on a lot, and that's not something that's going to keep me satisfied for that long. So I need to have something else as a break or something like that, some fun fast flying action, PBTA style or just D&D style. I got to admit I have been reading through whatever book this is. I don't even know where it is. I've been reading through the new Player's Handbook, the 5.5 or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty good. I like it. I mean, to be clear, I never read Tasha's, and I never read Xanathar's, and I never read Arcana Unearthed Arcana. So I didn't know anything in there. People are like, it's not new. That's from Tasha's. It's new to me. I think for once I'm kind of like the other side of this because I completely, basically skipped 5e for the last 10 years. But some of the changes that they made, I think are pretty good. And I kind of like them. And a lot of things I remember complaining about when it came out in 2014, I kind of was like, oh, they kind of fixed that. Oh, they kind of fixed that. So it's kind of good. Either that or either that or it's just going to be boom, back to old reliable, back to the where it all began. This bad boy, this sexy beast. Yeah, with the CD missing because I used it, of course, the character creator, which came out in 2000. It was crazy. Love it. We just sit here and read this book. I love 3rd edition D&D. It's kludgy and clumsy, and it has all the problems that 3rd edition D&D does have. But it is my old love. Pendragon 1 week long. You're missing the point, Beowulf. That is 100% not accurate. Let's see. Every time you talk about L5R, I am most of the time always here because I have been running a long time campaign. I know I am playing it someone wrong, but I always enjoy your insights on systems. Yeah, there's no playing it wrong. I mean, it's however you play it. This kind of game doesn't matter as much because there's not the kind of balance and the kind of concern that the less the game cares about balance, the more it just doesn't matter what we do. Beowulf, I want to play a super angsty teenage drama game, like Monster Hearts, but without the monsters, but with gangs, drugs, etc., like the movie Dangerous Minds and other movie shows in that genre. Go play Cartel. Go play Cartel. I mean, it's Mexican, but it is Mexican. It's Mexican drug gangs. So maybe go play Cartel. And it's pretty. What's the word I'm looking for? It's pretty thin in terms of the page count. Now, to be fair, it is a PBTA game, Beowulf, but it's got like the things. But Beowulf, I thought this would be the thing that you would appreciate. Here we go. Rating: adults only. So I mean, it is undoubtedly an adult game, but it's pretty thin. It's actually a really cool game. It's really well made. It's made by Magpie. So these are the same people who made Avatar. These are the same people who made Root. And it's made by Mark Diaz-Truin. So maybe Cartel. Guesstimating, I think Derek has around 200 unique RPGs on his shelf. Unique? That's probably close. I mean, I don't know if it's low or high, but it's probably close. There's a lot. It's too many. There's definitely too many. Still going? Jeez. Yeah, why not? I had a rough week, Daniel. It was tough. I mean, I said this on my birthday stream, which was Tuesday, by the way. I turned 42. So that was already sort of a big, huge existential crisis. I know a lot of people say, oh, turning 40 was a huge existential. Actually, turning 40 wasn't a huge existential crisis for me. Turning 30 was. But turning 42 was, kind of. Because of, again, how I was expecting to, years ago, that was going to be my retirement. I was going to go buy a boat. I was going to go live and sail in the ocean. And it's just so not going to happen now. But I've just been dealing with all this anxiety and stress, and I don't know where it's coming from. And, now I got to go see just an endless barrage of doctors. I went to see my primary care physician today. Now I've got an appointment with a urologist, a psychologist, or psychiatrist, a urologist, a cardiologist, a gastroenterologist, blood work, you name it, and a partridge in a pear tree. And it's just like, ugh. So it's nice. It's nice to be able to talk about games and not worry about, everything else. And I don't have any early meetings tomorrow, so I might, sleep in a little bit. Plus it's Friday. Like I said, I don't have any meetings on Friday, and most of the time people head out early, so it's just nice. Nobody bothers me. So it's just a nice opportunity for me to just like sit down, get work done, maybe finish up a little early, take the dogs out, that kind of stuff. So it's good stuff. Yeah, sometimes we do a long one, It all depends. No, the community's great, Pathfinder PhD. I mean, absolutely. Pathfinder, if I have one regret about the community, it's just that, I between running the streams and, I get a lot of messages from people, patrons and people who might want to sign up. And then I get messages on the Discord and people tag me. And it's just, it's a lot of work and admin, which is fine. And I get to talk about RPGs a lot, but I just don't get to play. I don't get to play as many RPGs as I would want to do it. Well, thank you, Mickey. Yeah, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with number one, buying an RPG that you're never going to play. I don't think that's actually a sin. Number one, you're supporting the content creators, and that's great. Number two, sometimes these games are more about the idea of it than actually playing it. There's plenty of games that I have on my shelf that, for me, the idea of playing the game is extremely appealing. But actually playing the game, I probably will never do. And I'll give you a great example of that. A great example of that is it's here somewhere. I don't even know the game. Against the Dark Master. That's the game I'm thinking of. I don't know where it is, but well, whatever. This is an expansion book to the event Against the Dark Master. But Against the Dark Master, right? I like the idea of this game is very cool and compelling, and I think the D100 system is interesting and cool, and I'd like to check it out more. But will I ever play it? No. Call of Cthulhu. Am I ever gonna really sit down and play a Call of Cthulhu campaign? No, I'm not. Even like when I was at Gen Con, like there was an opportunity for me to like play Call of Cthulhu with some like legendary Call of Cthulhu GM, and I just went, I'll pass it. And actually, what's funny, I was with Steven Glicker. I was crashing with him. He let me crash at his Airbnb. He was playing in the game, and I was like, so what are you gonna do? You just gonna sit over there? I go, yeah, I'll just sit over there and whatever. But there was some random guy there. Maybe there was two guys initially. They weren't anybody special. They were just happened to be in the room. And I just sat down and we started having a conversation just like we are having a conversation. And I started telling him and we started talking about RPGs, and I was asking him questions about his ideas around RPGs and philosophies. And we just got into this whole big huge thing and, got to see his perspective and listen. And that to me was very fun. And I did not regret it one bit. But, just saying, like, I'd love to play more RPGs, but there are some RPGs that I just admit, like, I think I might be, even if I'm academically interested in them, I'm not necessarily interested in running them or playing them. Panic says, this past weekend, I was hyped to run Warhammer Fantasy. When I sat down with the players, their lack of interest just made the whole venture unbearable. Yeah, I've seen that happen. Panic. I mean, there have been games that I've been really excited about, and it fell flat with my group. I mean, I get it. And this is one of the reasons, unfortunately, it's important to get that pre-buy-in, and this is where people complain and they end up in those situations where they go, well, I learned all these cool games from you, Derek, or from other members of the Knights of Last Call community, and my group just wants to play 5e, it fucking sucks. I hate them. We can't make everybody, share our tastes, and it is unfortunate, but and we want to play with our group and we want them to expand, but they may not be interested in that, and that's unfortunate. But RPGs do kind of require people to be bought in and to lean in. That is also true. I do have an aversion to VTTs, and that does not help. Yeah, big time, Daniel. Absolutely. I need to figure out a way to get around it. Funnily enough, we went to play 5e a few hours later. Yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes buying the game and thinking about it is okay. Still get a bit of an endorphin hit, absolutely. And you get to think about it. All the cool stories you would tell if you ever ran it, and you won't. KC, that sounds pathetic and sad. And I do it all the time. Okay? It sounds pathetic and sad, but I do it all the time. And, there's not enough time to play all the games. There's not enough people who are interested in all the games. And so sometimes, we just gotta, I'm not even kidding when I say this. Everyone's been talking about AI, and they're talking about AI GMs. I'm not even kidding you when I say that for someone like me, the market for AI players might actually be more important for me. Right? Like, I'm like, I could play games with anybody, at any time. And so not everybody has the time. Not everybody has the interest. And unfortunately, some of these games are never going to get played. But there are so many games where I could sit there and I can read through it and I could be like, man, this would be so cool. I can imagine, especially for me, like I really love like when mechanics, kind of imply or tell a story. It's good stuff. I love it. How are you still streaming? You're a machine or have a problem? A bit of both. Both. Sandaria, both. I don't know. We talked about L5R and I'm excited about that. And, my energy levels were high today. I wasn't really having any of my stress or anxiety, so that's been good. And honestly, too, Donnie, ever since I've wanted to get a bunch of stuff done around the house. Ever since the fire, everything's been on like super pause, and it's just been so overwhelming for me to think about having to do all this stuff myself. And now I've had some people come in and give me some quotes, and now that it seems like I'm just going to pay somebody to fucking deal with it, even though it's ungodly expensive. But just the peace of mind that's coming from going, okay, look, I'm taking the easy way out. I'm paying somebody else to do it. It's an ungodly amount of money, but at least it's done or will be done. And at least it's being handled. And that kind of like gave me this big boost of energy. So, I don't know. Order the FU, GM Kit, and Techno Fantasy Atlas. Good purchases, but I'm right there with you. Yeah. I think I surpassed mine a long time ago, but I love the art. I love the art and design of RPGs. I love seeing, where the game goes. And that's why I get so disappointed when games come out and they're not revolutionary, because I have that game, oh, what's this game plus this game? I have that game. I have both those games. If I wanted to do that, I could do that. I want to see innovation. I want to see, new ideas or at least radical adaptations and this incremental advancement is just not for me, and no offense to the people who made $1 million trillion off of 5e stuff, but it's like, come on, how many what are there probably at this point? I don't know, 50, 75,000 5e monsters that have been released between all the third-party publishers. Come on, we don't do something else with your creative time, create something, truly. Oh yeah, I'm anti-bestiary. Everybody knows that, but I'm just saying, like it can be disappointing. I like, and so I'm always looking for that new game that's going to excite me and really interest me. But I also know that my heart's desire is still, sometimes it's just you just want to play D&D. The game I want to run more than anything in this world is They Came From Beyond the Grave, but I can't find anybody to buy into the awesome concept. It's very passive-aggressive of you there, Mr. Williams. These people suck. They won't buy into my concept. They won't buy into the game's cool concept. Sweet. Panic. That's awesome. Ooh, you're going to Draj, huh? That's nice. That's sweet. 4E Dark Sun game sounds awesome. Panic. If I ever end up running a 4E game for my patrons, which some people have requested, I think I might put it in Dark Sun because I think that'd be a lot of fun. Ooh, first time Ars Magica? Sweet. Yep. I mean, right to be nervous. No experience, but you just gotta take it at a time. And remember, Thaddeus, rules are important. Systems is important. But, as Princess Irulan said in Dune, right, a beginning is a very delicate time. So just, make the game fun, keep it going. Isaiah, I got to get to bed myself, so I'm going to be heading out myself. Boothby, that's awesome. Star Trek's cool, too. That's a game that I could definitely get Smith and Kaz into. They love Star Trek. They love it way more than me, and I love it. They wouldn't even want to play Star Trek Adventures. They just want to play Star Trek, we're on a ship. They don't even want to be like, oh, we're in the outrageous thing and we're doing this cool thing. They're like, nope, we're just scanning gaseous anomalies and taking sensor readings, and we are just on a ship. We're not even doing anything. Are you the captain? Are you the pilot? Nope. I'm like that. I'm like lieutenant junior grade. I work in deflector control, and they're like, oh, the particle density in this area space is 0.21% higher. Can you reconfigure? You know, just total boring stuff. Eric is here, and he is playing Mothership this weekend. I got to admit, Mothership, you know, I haven't played it, but I know a lot of people have. Bob play. Like, it deserves the hype. It's a well-made game, and they did a great job of emulating and capturing the essential elements of it. And it's actually kind of cool because I actually know Sean McCoy and Alan Girding. They're from Ohio, and I used to hang out with them quite a bit in board game circles, and they were board game designers. Tuesday Night Games was, and so I haven't really talked to them in years, but when suddenly this Mothership thing came up, I was like, holy shit, good for them. Actually, my only time playing Star Trek Adventures, Damien was my GM. I need the Lower Decks campaign guide. Well, for that campaign, to be clear, Damien, that idea, boring as hell to me, right? But to Kaz and Smith, it would be great. Ford. Oh, wait.
I am strong.
Ford says, listen, before we end, we need to put honor above glory. Objectively, the correct decision. Not really, but it is for like every character idea in L5R I've ever had. And you know, here, I'm gonna end with this. Ford, thank you so much. Honor above glory. I love it. It's very appropriate, very thematic. I will say this. Last thing, Legend of the Five Rings. It's very tempting and to make these characters want to be perfect, right? Oh, my character has high honor and high glory and high status, and they're just this perfect samurai. It's boring. You know, I think it's okay. I mean, I think it's okay to be like, but isn't the game all about honor? Sort of. It's kind of also about like failing and like not being able to meet up to those expectations. So, you know, while I think it's cool that, you know, people, you know, want to be like this perfect honorable samurai, I do think the game is a little bit more, you know, feral when you get people who don't necessarily care as much about honor, and they maybe care more about their personal goals or their glory, you know, or climbing the social ladder or whatever. So it's good stuff. Well, Ford, thank you. Honor takes the lead as we end the game. So we know what is best. It is honor. And as we wrap up this 4.5-hour session stream, I want to say thank you to everybody who came out tonight and supported us. Thank you to the people who tipped and super chatted and joined us with their adventures, YouTube memberships, joining the adventure. And, you know, of course, to all of our patrons each and every single day. So thanks to Ford, to Sidon, to Jordan, several anonymouses, Jonka, Damien, and Pathfinder PhD. You guys are awesome. Everybody else, thanks for hanging out and being a part of the action, and great questions and great feedback and great chat. I really appreciate each and every one of you. And of course, if you are a patron, thank you so much. If you're not a patron, why aren't you a patron? Become a patron. Join. $5 a month, get you in. You get access to pretty much everything. You know, $10 will get you into our Northern Reaches game and our Dragontide game once that launches. But for the most part, you know, if you want to give me more money, I mean, you can. But you know, there are perks. There are perks to being higher tier, absolutely. But you know, if you just want to trial, just join it. Just join it $5 or $10. Link in the description below. So that's going to do it for me, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call.